and her son, but clearly the hands of justice has reached.
All right, Shambhavi, in fact, take your time. I'll just brief our viewers what exactly is happening right now. These are live visuals coming from outside AIIMS mortuary in Bhopal. This is where the transfer, the handover is now taking place. The mortal remains of Twisha Sharma is being handed over to the family, which is going to perform the last rites at about 5 p.m. in Badbada Ghat. So on your screen, in fact, right now you can see the family taking the mortal remains and preparing for the last rites, as they will be now on their way to Badbada Ghat to perform the last rites for Twisha Sharma. Now on your screen you can in fact see Twisha Sharma's brother as well and other family members, the sister-in-law. They're all standing to receive the mortal remains as they try to give a respectable exit, respectable farewell to Twisha Sharma, who passed away on May 12th under mysterious circumstances. Now the investigation in the case continues. Republic continues to stand with the family, continues to call for justice and a fair investigation. But amid that, after 12 days of family running from pillar to post, fighting for justice, finally the second autopsy was performed today. It lasted for about 4 hours. We're still waiting for reports. But now the mortal remains are being handed over to the family, which will be in fact performing the last rites in just a short while from now at about 5 p.m. Now the family in fact has requested the well-wishers, the people who are part of their journey in this fight for justice should come. And on your screen, all right, let's in fact go across to my colleague Shambhavi, who's present on the ground.
You can see that the mortal remains are there covered in red clothes, and there is family surrounding, and they're very emotional, of course, given the situation and the certain formalities which needed to be done. There are certain rites which needed to be done before taking the body from here is being performed by Major Harshit Sharma, Twisha Sharma's brother. And there's the father present, there's the uncle present, there's the sister-in-law, Dr. Rashi, present, and they are currently involved in performing certain rites which they had to perform before they could take the mortal remains from here to Badbada Ghat for final last rites. And this has come as at a very unfortunate time, but family has been demanding for a second post-mortem for the longest time. Even before the first post-mortem report was out, they were so sure that there will be certain irregularities and certain discrepancies in the post-mortem report, and their doubts was absolutely right. Because when we saw there were a lot of differences, there were a lot of irregularities in the post-mortem report, there were things which were not making any sense. The presence of bruises, the presence of wound from blunt forces on her left part of the body, on the left wrist, on the left arm, on the scalp. And that was not justified. The age of it is not justified. When did she actually get those bruises? Because a person who allegedly hung herself from the ceiling will not have a bruise on her scalp, will not have a bruise on her left arm, ideally. There was a change in the color of her garments. Dr. Rashi confirmed, because she confirmed the color of her garments, but that was mentioned differently in the post-mortem report. The height mentioned was different from the post-mortem report. So a lot of differences. So we are hoping, we're very hopeful that this time when the final post-mortem report will come, the second post-mortem report will be out, they will have all the answers that the family has been looking for the longest time, that Republic has been campaigning for the longest time, actively campaigning for justice for Twisha, with the family making sure that they get justice.
Right, of course, Shambhavi, this is what we're hoping for, that all the irregularities, the inconsistencies which were flagged in the first report and all the questions which were raised, whether it was the bluish marks found on her body, the injury marks on her legs and neck, and also the height difference, all the irregularities, all the gaps will be answered, will be plugged in the second post-mortem report, and we will be closer to justice in this case. Now, in fact, right now on your screen, viewers, as you can see, the family has been handed over the mortal remains of Twisha Sharma, and currently they are preparing for the last rites which will be performed. And my colleague Shambhavi, in fact, is present there, who continues to tell us about the situation on the ground. All right, we're getting you live visuals from outside AIMS mortuary in Bhopal. This is where the family has now been handed over the mortal remains of Twisha Sharma, and as you can see on your screen, they're prepping for the last rites, which will be performed in a short while from now at about 5 p.m. at Badbada Ghat. Now, Shambhavi, any message that is coming from the family now that the second post-mortem has taken place?
Well, yes, the family has been very politely has requested everyone to join them in their last rites, to join them. I'm extremely sorry. To join them in the last rites, to join them and give them hope in this time of immeasurable loss. They've requested, they've also released a note saying that they've requested everyone who's felt connected to Twisha Sharma's case, who has daughters, who has at some point of time went through something so unfortunate like this, or were just emotionally invested in this Twisha's case, to come join them and join them in large numbers for her last rites. The family has also written a letter to the Prime Minister asking for state honor for their daughter, given the circumstances, the unfortunate circumstances that she has lost her life in. Twisha, a very bright girl that the family continued to say, a very bright, a very intelligent, a beautiful girl who got married at the age of 33 just last year, 2025, on 9th of December, but could not see more than 5 months of the marriage. What happened behind those closed doors? Everyone is looking for the answers. The family is still looking for the answers. That is why they wanted a second post-mortem, so that they could get some idea of what happened. They could get idea of was she abused before, as she claimed that she was trapped. She claimed that she was feeling suffocated, that she couldn't bear what was happening. And time and again, she was called names by her mother-in-law. She was questioned about her character by her mother-in-law, about her past, called names like prostitute and things that we can't even say right now on television. But she was going through hell, and that is what she kept telling her parents. And the parents are so sorry right now. The parents are inconsolable right now that they couldn't help their daughter, that they didn't know that they would have to see a day where they'll have to perform the last rites of their daughter. In the frame, you can see there's father, there's mother, there's also Harshit, the brother present, there are other cousin brothers present, their uncle present, their sister-in-law present, almost the entire family present. There's some part of the family who went and left for Bhadpada Ghat so that they could have prepared for the last rites, and so that when they come with the hearse van and the other ambulance, things would be prepared for the last rites. We'll see in what numbers do people show up. Of course, the entire media is going to go along the hearse van and will be there till the last rites of Twisha Sharma, and will continue fighting for justice.
Right, Shambhavi. You know, our fight for justice, our fight for Twisha will in fact continue, despite the fact that the Supreme Court will be taking up this matter tomorrow, and the post-mortem, the second post-mortem has now been concluded. But despite that, even as we inch closer to justice, we will continue to stand with the family till justice is served in this case entirely. And in fact, right now, viewers, we're getting you live visuals from outside AIMS mortuary in Bhopal. This is where the family, in fact, has been handed over the mortal remains of Twisha Sharma, who passed away on May 12th after 12 days of the family running from pillar to post to ensure that there is justice, that their voice is heard. Finally, now they're taking the mortal remains to Bhadbada Ghat. This is where the last rites will be performed. and she will be given a respectable farewell, in fact. Now, these are live visuals on your screen, the family taking the mortal remains of Twisha Sharma to Badbada Ghat, where the last rites will be performed by the family members. Now this, even as the fight for justice continues, the second post-mortem has now concluded, and tomorrow the Supreme Court will be taking up this case. Now viewers, this is after 12 days that Twisha will be laid to peace. After 12 days of the family going through circumstances which cannot be described in words. They've gone through torture, they've been denied justice by the system, and right now, mortal remains being taken to Badbada Ghat.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है?
अरे मेरे राजा,
राजा आग और मसाला, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से, MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He's accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind of a hero, as if he's achieved something great. Is a rapist to be celebrated, ladies and gentlemen? I ask you that question. And more than anyone else, I ask the right wing of this country. Very often I come on television and I say, yes, on several issues, I'm happy to be called a right-winger. But ladies and gentlemen, let me put it clearly. You cannot let a person like this man, this Sushil Prajapati, a leader of the Hindu Yuva Vahini, a local thug, a man accused of rape, you cannot celebrate his act of rape or celebrate the fact that the rapist is out on bail. If that is the message we want to send to our society, and if all the BJP leaders want to be quiet about it, I want to ask them, why are they quiet about this?
Decorated military officer of India, accomplished special forces veteran, combat leader, achiever in many sense. He has led many missions in some of the most challenging terrains and operational environments. Awarded the Kirti Chakra, Shaurya Chakra, Sena Medal and Vishishta Seva Medal. His life reflects extraordinary bravery and discipline. His experiences from the battlefield, the mountains and the skies continue to inspire generations of India. One of the most powerful voices from Indian military. His first time appearance on TV, everybody would remember the moment he said Naam Namak Nishan and what it stands for, and the pride in his eyes and voice would till date inspire everybody, the old and the young. And ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor to invite on stage Brigadier Samarth Singh Shekhawat on the stage, please. Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Jai Hind. At the outset, I thank Republic to call me here and give me this honor to stand and speak to you. So I will be speaking about my 30 years in Army. I took premature retirement from Fauj and to follow my skydiving. I joined Army in 1994 in 17 Maratha Light Infantry, and thereafter I came to do probation when my unit 21 Maratha Light Infantry was converting into Special Forces. So as I landed for probation, my probation NCO, he called me and he asked me, okay, what is your name and what's your religion, what's your caste? So I said, I am Hindu Rajput, and I was slightly surprised because he was a Jat from Rajasthan, and my name Shekhawat, I was very sure that he would know who am I. He said, okay, good. So take a look around, see that pond, and take a dip in that. So I wondered what mistake I made, because that pond was all, grease, and it was all puddle, very dirty. So I went, because order was there and I was under probation. I went and I took a dip, I rolled, then I came, still puzzled that what mistake I made. He said, okay, tell me again. Same question. I said, sir, I answered the same. So he said, no, go again and look around, go again. I went back again and then he ensured that I am totally drenched and I am all dirty, I am all black. Then came back again, and then I looked around. It was written, Commando Country, serve with pride. That time we were called para-commandos, not special forces. So I said, sir, my caste is SF, commando, and my religion is commando. So then he said, yes, see, you are an officer, and you will lead in your life people from all walks of life, people from all caste, people from all religion. So for an officer of Indian Army, the religion is the religion of his boys. And ladies and gentlemen, in 30 years, I followed the same. Whatever is my personal belief is my personal belief. I am very strong and I am very staunch for that. But in Army, we are all. And we all are one, and we fight as one. And Indian Army, whenever the chips are down, Army is called and Army performs. It is because of this oneness. And that is what the country is, that is what the nation is, the oneness. That was my first lesson. Probation was tough. And all those who join Special Forces, all those who are in combat arms, there is a dream that we will see combat. So I cleared my probation and immediately we went on combat mission in Assam. So we went into the operation area, and every day we would chamber our round and we will come back and the round is not fired. So I was quite, disturbed that when will I fire this round, when will I have this combat. But soon we had an opportunity. In 1997, we were in a place called Chapar. It was near Bogaigaon. And at that time, my team commander, who was on leave, he was coming, Dipender Singh Sengar, very small man, 48 kgs, but very fit. So he was coming from leave, and he, came to Bogaigaon station, and I got a call from my 2IC that we are in SP's office. You just come, get your troop ready and come to SP's office. So I readied my troop and I rushed. So there they were in civil dress, they were in jeans and t-shirt, and they said, in this village, there is a group, let's go. And it was 1 o'clock in afternoon. And there was a source who knew where these people were. So we requisitioned, or we just, took a civil bus with the help of police, and one party boarded the civil bus, and my party was in military jongas. At that time, we had Nissan jongas, old, very powerful vehicle, and we rushed to the village. The source was told that when you approach that house, stop the vehicle around 500 meters. Don't take us to the house. Stop the vehicle before the village. But he was afraid, and he stopped the vehicle and he was asked, where are those people? I said, sir, he said, ye re, samne hai. So the moment the party, Dipender Singh's party, got down, people were sitting outside the house, someone was cleaning weapons, someone were resting, they all had their AK-47s, and he himself was in civil dress, jeans and t-shirt, but he also had his AK in his hand. So when he got down, they also got confused, that they thought that he's one of us, and they smiled at him, and then the confusion cleared. Dipender Singh Sengar fired. He got one chap down, and then he was fired upon, and there was all melee. Heavy fire. I was coming from another direction. I heard the fire. I rushed to the location. A lot of fire was going on, and soon I got on radio set that we have contacted, and Sengar is down. Sengar has been shot. And I saw a group of people running in front of me. That was my first combat experience. I saw people running in front of me. They were in uniform. I fired. I forgot to increase the range because they were slightly far. So then I stopped and I increased the range to 200 meters, continuously fired, dropped one man. They also fired back. Then I got the information that Sengar has been hit. I reached the village where this encounter had taken place, and I saw Major Sengar with bullet in the stomach. And so immediately we started the evacuation. Dipender Singh Sengar was down. IV was given. Dexamethasone, steroid injection was given. And I put him in Jonga. And then we called the helicopter Mi-17. He was hospitalized. His bladder has blasted. And he had damaged intestines. And also the digestive system was also damaged. In 1 year, with his willpower, he recovered in 1 year. And 99, when we were fighting Kargil, he was back in action. Yeah. Then I had a chance to climb mountains. I have climbed till today 29 peaks, Everest 3 times. So Everest, you climb in camps, like you establish base camp, then at 22,000 feet you establish camp 1, that at 23,000 feet, 22,500 you establish camp 2, 23,000 feet you establish camp 3, and 26,000 feet you establish camp 4, and then the summit. So I climbed in 2001, 2003, and 2005. This is in 2001, this is in 2003. In 2001, I had very high fever because I was trying to compete with Sherpas while climbing up, and I had high fever, 104, and I was evacuated from the base camp to Royal Nepal Army Military Hospital in Kathmandu. The doctors put me on IV and steroids, and they told me that you cannot climb. But when the fever subsided, I lied to the doctors that I am not going to climb, I am not going to join the team again. Please let me go. So they allowed me to get back to the expedition, and I climbed up, met the team at the base camp, and thereafter Everest was kind enough to give me audience. I had learned a lesson that in land of, don't be a Gama in land of Lama. Now about camaraderie and, in army, you care for the life of your buddy so much that you forget to save your own life. So one incident I had in military free fall, we jump out of the aircraft, thereafter we stabilize and we open our parachute. And there is a height given on which you have to open the parachute, and if you don't open the parachute at that height, आपका reserve parachute fire हो सकता है और आपको emergency हो सकती है, and you may die also. So that is, and you jump with lot of load. All combat load is there on your body, on your person, and with that combat load you have to stabilize. So this is how you go out of the aircraft, and your combat load is tied to you, and now is very important to remain in this position. Remain in this position because the parachute is on your back and it has to fire straight in the air. If you turn on your back and you are facing the sky and you deploy your parachute, the parachute can wrap around you and you may lose life. A lot of incidents have happened like that. As luck would have it, I went turtle. I was facing the sky. And when I stabilized myself, I was spinning. And in that spin, I tried to open my parachute, and parachute got entangled in my leg. So it's an emergency, and we have been trained that whenever such thing happens, you cut away your main parachute, open reserve. But I didn't do that. I somehow untangled myself. I am falling at 250 kilometers per hour, untangled that opening device and threw it in the air. My parachute opened. My buddy who jumped behind me, he's trying to catch me. I open my parachute. My parachute opens. He doesn't open his parachute. He is more worried about me. He is trying to reach me, that somehow I'll reach him, I'll hold him because he is an instructor, and I will straighten him and I will open his parachute. He forgot. He did not open his parachute. And when he opened his parachute, it was too late. His reserve also fired. There's a device in the parachute that if you don't open your main, the reserve parachute also comes up. But that's a dangerous situation because main and reserve both can untangle it themselves. Yeah. So the training method, was an old training method, and in which we were getting, we were facing a lot of problems, and the issue was how to stabilize the body in the air. And we suffered injuries, we suffered fatalities also took place. And then I was commanding para-training school. We took up this case. Earlier also the case was taken up, but somehow it did not see the light of the day. And finally my case went up to the NSA, and then finally NSA with the file went to the Prime Minister. That he went to the file with the Prime Minister. Prime Minister Modi ji asked that इससे क्या होगा? So he was given one-line presentation कि सर हर साल एक जान बच जाएगी. So he sanctioned that project, and we had a state-of-art vertical wind tunnel procured and set up. The lesson which I learned, or the point which I am trying to bring out, is that when the intentions are right, and when you put in hard work, and when your case goes up, the reason is accepted, and you make things happen. So in Indian Army, I got the chance to be with the bravest. Next slide. Meet some interesting people. Next. I was in UN, so winning of some hearts and minds. Next. And sometimes stood with the enemy without killing him. Pak Army officer. Saw the wild and was wild myself sometimes. Next. I got the opportunity to climb the highest. Next. Meet the highest people, stand with them, give them presentations. Next. Yeah. And when the time came, next. I got the opportunity to seek the challenger out and fight till finish. Next. So it was my singular honor to be with these brave men, simple and brave men. And I was with the winning team, and we always won against all odds. So this is my story in a nutshell. Thank you very much for patient hearing.
The camera, thunder smile auntie. Let's go skydive. Success, welcome.
Happy birthday, mummy.
Thank you.
Happy birthday.
Thank you to you all. Thank you.
Happy birthday, mummy.
Thank you. Thank you.
बहुत बढ़िया.
और अच्छा मांडी जी, excellent, heartiest congratulations, wish you many more to come.
Thank you.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट. अब बताओ, स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट.
Character, the taste of success.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी every day.
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma, who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge, in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate son appear to be more than involved. Ladies and gentlemen, 15 questions tonight. And if they think it's a media trial, so be it. So be it. Why did the ex-judge in the case of Twisha Sharma, neither she nor her son call a police or an ambulance? What took them 57 minutes to bring the body down? Where are the 3 men who are seen in the video dragging Twisha's body, destroying evidence? What was the police doing? Did they question the house staff? Did they question the judge? Was Twisha carrying headphones in her bag, in her hand, or a rope? Where is it now? Where is that so-called belt that cops claim was used by her to commit suicide? Why was it hidden? The mother-in-law, the ex...
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार.
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार प्योर मसाला
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार. विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात.
वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है.
अरे मेरे राजा,
सबका राजा हार प्योर मसाला.
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He's accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind of a hero, as if he's achieved something great. Is a rapist to be celebrated, ladies and gentlemen? I ask you that question. And more than anyone else, I ask the right wing of this country. Within hours of Twisha's death, as per the call detail records of this terrible person called Giribala Singh, some judge who thought she's a judge, judges will get away. She made over 40 calls after the death of her daughter-in-law, many of them to judges. Why was she calling judges? She made 48 calls. 9 calls to a district judge in one day, 3 calls to Samarth. She also called her absconding son 3 times.
Court orders Samarth to withdraw his bail plea. That's the big breaking news that's now coming in. His counsel submits he will surrender before the concerned court in 5 days. Examined at that time, now finally after Republic's pressure, Samarth Singh is going to finally be surrendering. And the court has now got the biggest law officer in the country, Tushar Mehta, to take on this case and say, we oppose Giribala Singh's bail.
अब तक जो पीएम रिपोर्ट जिस भी फॉरेंसिक ने देखी थी, एक्सपर्ट ने, सबने उसको रिजेक्ट किया था. So we believe कि अच्छे एक्सपर्ट्स हमको मिलेंगे and we will, हमको चांस मिलेगा सच्चाई जानने का. आज उनको समझ में आ गया कि अब आगे चल नहीं पाएगा ऐसा काम. तो पहले उन्होंने अप्लाई किया और फिर डर के मारे फिर सरेंडर करना पड़ रहा है.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है? आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट, स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट.
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान.
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट.
Character, the taste of success.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma. Who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate son appear to be more than involved. Ladies and gentlemen, 15 questions tonight. And if they think it's a media trial, so be it. So be it. Why did the ex-judge in the case of Twisha Sharma, neither she nor her son call a police or an ambulance? What took them 57 minutes to bring the body down? Where are the 3 men who are seen in the video dragging Twisha's body, destroying evidence? What was the police doing? Did they question the house staff? Did they question the judge? Was Twisha carrying headphones in her bag, in her hand, or a rope? Where is it now? Where is that so-called belt that cops claim was used by her to commit suicide? Why was it hidden? The mother-in-law, the ex-judge, walks up calmly while the body is being dragged down and evidence is being destroyed before the judge's eyes. Is that normal? Why don't the judges raise a hue and cry about it? Why don't the appellate courts take up this case suo motu? So people don't start believing that when an ex-judge is concerned, the victim will never get justice. Ladies and gentlemen, what was the ex-judge carrying in her hand when she went down? Where is all the CCTV footage? Did the police collect it? Why did the ex-judge's son Samarth Singh escape after bringing the body of his wife to AIIMS? Is it true that the ex-judge's son's medical examination was not conducted? The police station is right behind the ex-judge's Giribala's house. Why was no call made? Why did it take 5 days to file an FIR in the case? Who stalled it? Why was the victim's family attacked in court if there's nothing to hide? And did a very senior police officer go to AIIMS that night to try and fudge the post-mortem report? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm asking these questions. Now I ask you, am I right or wrong in asking these questions? And if I don't, who will? Will the government of Madhya Pradesh raise these questions? The Chief Minister doesn't have 30 seconds to meet the victim's family. Will the higher courts of the country raise these questions? So far, I have not seen this case being picked up by the appellate courts, though we are screaming and shouting about it. So I say tonight, what happens when other institutions fail? And if we do a media trial, should we be celebrated and supported for doing so? Was Aravali a media trial? Yes, it was. It was. Thank God for that. Thank God for that media trial which stopped the Aravalis from being done.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can. Twisha Sharma's second autopsy concludes at AIIMS Bhopal. The process lasted for about 4 hours. After second autopsy concludes, Twisha Sharma's last rites to take place in Bhopal shortly. Supreme Court takes up Twisha Sharma's death case. 3 bench led by CJI Surikant to hear the case on Monday.
Look, India would be one of the very few countries who has very good relations, very strong relations with the United States.
U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio holds bilateral talks with External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar, hails India as one of the most important strategic partners. All right, viewers, we're getting some visuals right now to you from Badbada Ghat in Bhopal. This is where the last rites and the cremation ceremony for Twisha Sharma will be performed. In fact, on your screen, you can see the father, uncle, brother, all standing, in fact, preparing for the last rites to be performed for Twisha Sharma. For the last 13 days, the family has been going through profound sorrow, and the delay in performance of the last rites has only intensified their emotional trauma. And right now, after 13 days of family running from pillar to post to ensure that there is justice served in the case, finally the last rites are being performed by the family.
पीछे जाओ यार, पीछे जाओ भैया। आगे आगे देखना, देखो पीछे ट्राली है, ट्राली है भाई, पीछे जाओ, ट्राली है। नीचे उतर जाइए, नीचे उतर जाइए भाई। परिवार वालों को देख के नीचे उतर जाइए। वो शुरू हो चुकी है और तमाम पुलिस के जवान।
So these are live visuals coming in from Badbada Vishram Ghat in Bhopal. This is where the family is now performing the last rites for Twisha Sharma, and as you can see on your screen, the cremation ceremony is right now underway after 13 days of emotional turmoil, uncertainty. The family is now finally paying a respectful farewell to Twisha. In fact, but the fight for justice continues. The Republic, in fact, continues to stand with the family who are still fighting this. Tomorrow, the Supreme Court will be taking up their case, which has taken a suo motu cognizance in this case. And after the second post-mortem has now been performed, we are hoping that some questions, the irregularities, the inconsistencies which were flagged in the first post-mortem report will now be plugged in, answers will be given, and justice will be served. And right now, the family, in fact, performing the last rites and the cremation ceremony underway at Badbada Vishram Ghat. The final rites for Twisha Sharma underway, who passed away under mysterious circumstances at her home, in fact, on May 12th. For the past 13 days, the family has been going through profound loss, through an experience that cannot be described in words. And the delay in the cremation has only intensified their emotional trauma. The entire family, in fact, is present there at Badbada Ghat in Bhopal. They intended to take her to Delhi, but the mortal remains were not in a condition that they could be transferred, so they decided to hold the cremation in Bhopal itself. And right now, the final rites are underway as the family is present at Badbada Ghat. Tisha's brother, sister-in-law, everyone's present there, in fact. The family, in fact, had requested for people who were part of their fight for justice, which still continues, in fact, to show up and to pay respect to Twisha, who passed away on May 12th under mysterious circumstances. The husband is still under interrogation, the accused Samarth Singh, while the mother-in-law, her bail plea will be coming up tomorrow as well. Both of them are prime accused in this case, Giribala Singh and Samarth Singh as well. The family alleges that there were days and days of torture, harassment that took place, character assassination at the hands of the in-laws and the husband as well. And the simple demand is to have a fair investigation, is to have a transparent probe in this case, so that their daughter, who's no longer in the world today, can get justice. And after 13 days of struggling to get justice, of fighting the system in which Republic stood with them in their fight, now the second post-mortem has been concluded, in fact, and they've taken the mortal remains and now present at the Badbada Vishram Ghat, where they're bidding farewell to Twisha Sharma. All right, my colleague Shambhavi also joins me. She's been tracking all the developments on the ground. Shambhavi, after 13 days of turmoil, after 13 days of emotional trauma, the family is now bidding farewell to Twisha.
Well, yes, you can see in the stream that the last rites are being performed by Twisha's brother, Major Sharma, and the complete family is here. This was a very long journey. This unfortunate incident happened on 12th of May, the night of 12th of May, and since then, when the body went for post-mortem, the family has been asking for that, a second post-mortem, even before the first post-mortem.
All right. In fact, these are visuals on your screen. The brother performing the last rites for Twisha Sharma. The brother, in fact, has been leading this fight for justice to ensure that his sister, who passed away on May 12th, gets the justice that she deserves, and the family gets answers for the questions they have been asking for. And this is her final rites being performed by the family as they try to give her the respectable farewell that she deserves. She was just 32 years old, and she passed away on May 12th. It is after 13 days of the family fighting for justice, which still continues, that now the mortal remains have been transferred to family after the second post-mortem, which they had been asking for, was performed after the first post-mortem flagged several irregularities and inconsistencies. And as you can see on your screen right now, the final rites underway. And right now, viewers, as Republic continues its fight, standing with the family to ensure that there is justice served in the case, as it is not just about Twisha Sharma, it is about over 5,000 other women also become victims of dowry deaths. It is about all of them today. And right now, family present at Vishram Ghat, performing their last rites for Twisha.
सामने अगर आप देखेंगे तो त्विशा के भाई हाँ जी बोलो बोलो
And viewers, on your screen, you can see right now Twisha's family, the brother, the father, in fact, the entire family present at the Vishram Ghat, performing their last rites for Twisha, who was just 32 years old, passed away on May 12th under mysterious circumstances. And till this day, there are no answers, no clear answers as to what exactly unfolded on the night of May 12th. Family is now in mourning. They're seeking answers, and their fight for justice continues as Republic continues to stand with them. Tomorrow, the Supreme Court will be taking up the case, as it has taken up the case and decided to intervene on a suo motu basis. And the second post-mortem was concluded today, which will be answering several questions raised about the first post-mortem report, which was marred by irregularities and inconsistencies. But right now, a family which has gone through something that is difficult to put into words, performing the last rites for their daughter, who's no more, in fact. For the past 13 days, they have been running from pillar to post, and in this struggle, my colleagues have been on the ground. They've been covering everything, trying to bring forward the family's voice, trying to give them a platform and to ensure that there is justice served for Twisha. My colleague Harsh, in fact, is joining me now. Harsh, the second post-mortem has now concluded, which is what the family was calling for. And now, even as we're one step closer to justice, the family is now bidding farewell and giving the respectable farewell that Twisha deserved after 13 days.
Right now, this is a very, very sad visual that we are seeing on Republic TV. In fact, we are bringing to our viewers on Republic TV a very sad visual indeed. Now, we have been tracking this case for almost 13 days since May 11th when the tragedy first unfolded, and now these are the visuals we are bringing for our viewers on Republic TV. Very sad visuals, and in fact, we also managed to speak to some of the most vocal voices who talk about women empowerment, who talk about equality, and these are the visuals. In fact, I had a conversation with Kiran Bedi in this regard, and she had tears in her eyes while she was speaking about Twisha's case. And these are now the visuals that we are seeing. Very sad visuals, not just for Twisha's family, but for the entire nation, when the family is now bidding her a final goodbye after the second post-mortem, obviously, that has been carried out earlier today afternoon. Now, a lot has been achieved in terms of the justice campaign that we are constantly running on Republic TV. The Supreme Court, the Honorable Supreme Court, has in fact now taken the suo moto cognizance of the matter, taken the bail. Twisha's, this is not just very, very sad for Twisha's family, but this is a very sad hour for the entire nation when we bring this to our viewers on Republic TV. Although a lot of progresses have been made in this regard after constant demand for accountability by Republic TV, by the entire Republic Media Network, we were constantly asking, we are in fact constantly asking the tough questions from the authorities. We pointed out several lapses that were made not just in the first post-mortem report, but in the entire investigation angle. But now these are the visuals. These are in fact the very sad visuals coming in from Bhopal, where Twisha, with a final goodbye, her family obviously joins the ritual, and these are the visuals that we are bringing on Republic TV. And we have been tracking this case for the past 2 weeks now. I myself am in Jabalpur. We managed to speak to, in fact, the Advocate General here earlier. He says that the government of Madhya Pradesh has made it stand very clear, and in fact, he will be appearing on behalf of the government of Madhya Pradesh tomorrow in the High Court, demanding the cancellation of the anticipatory bail that has been given to Giribala Singh. He'll be joined by the Solicitor General Tushar Mehta, obviously, and a lot of progress has been made, but the fact of the matter remains that Twisha Sharma, a young life, has been lost, and we continue to demand for accountability. We demand for action. In fact, we are constantly demanding for justice to be served for Twisha Sharma, who lost her life in very, very mysterious circumstances. Now, these are the visuals from Bhopal of Twisha's last moments with her families. Now, this comes after the second post-mortem was carried out earlier this afternoon. The teams from Delhi were in fact traveling to Bhopal. These were the specialized teams constituted under the guidance of the director of AIIMS Delhi. They carried out a post-mortem, the second autopsy, in fact. And after that, these are the visuals that we have seen Twisha, in fact, is being cremated now at Bhopal's Badbada Ghat. Very sad visuals on Republic TV. No family should ever go through these tough times, and we're talking about a very young life that has been lost. And we continue to ask for accountability. We continue to demand for justice for Twisha, Sharma, and in fact, this comes just ahead when the Supreme Court has taken the suo motu cognizance of the matter, and they'll in fact be hearing this matter at the Supreme Court tomorrow in Delhi, and it will be followed. Another hearing here in Jabalpur will also follow this hearing by the Supreme Court, where Solicitor General Tushar Mehta, joined by the Advocate General of the Government of Madhya Pradesh, Prashant Singh, will be demanding for the cancellation of the anticipatory bail that has been given to the second accused in this case, the retired Sessions Court Judge Giribala Singh, who remains very incooperative throughout the investigation. This is what we have been told. And this is when her son, Samarth Singh, has been sent for 7-day police custody yesterday. And this also comes at a time because we had a very, very aggressive confrontation with the accused Samarth Singh at a Sessions Court in Jabalpur, when some of his aides even tried to attack the teams of Republic Media Network. We were in fact dragged, pulled, manhandled, abused. And this happens when we try to ask questions on behalf of Twisha's family, not just on behalf of Twisha's family, but on behalf of the 145 crore Indians. When we talk about a very, very sad incident when a young life has been lost, and there are multiple lapses that we are witnessing in terms of investigation, in terms of the first autopsy, in terms of first post-mortem, in fact, that was carried out earlier. But the fact of the matter remains that Twisha Sharma is no longer with us. The family is going through a pain that cannot be justified that cannot be put up in any words whatsoever. But this is what they are going through at this hour, and in fact, these are the visuals that are coming in from Bhopal. Very sad visuals on Republic TV. A big campaign that we were running. We are in fact running. We continue to demand for accountability. We demand for justice for Twisha Sharma. And head should roll when a young life is lost, and the police and the investigation remains under scrutiny. And we continue to investigate the entire trail. In fact, we here, the teams of Republic Media Network, are constantly trying to trace down the trails of Samarth Singh, who was absconding for nearly 11 days before he surrendered in Jabalpur earlier this week. And we are trying to also figure out that who was shielding him for these 11 days when he was nowhere to be found. But now, although there are several progresses that have been made and these are in all likelihood the impacts made by constant reporting by teams of Republic Media Network, Samarth Singh, the main accused in the case, has been sent for a 7-day police custody. The second post-mortem that Twisha's family was in fact demanding has been ordered. In fact, that has been concluded just a few hours back. And also the cancellation plea of Giribala Singh's anticipatory bail that has been granted to her by a Sessions Court in Bhopal is also under consideration. And in fact, this matter will also be heard in Jabalpur tomorrow at 2:30 p.m. The top advocates of the country, including Solicitor General Tushar Mehta himself, will be joined by Prashant Singh, who is the Advocate General for the Government of Madhya Pradesh, will be representing the Government of Madhya Pradesh, and they are in fact now seeking a cancellation of the anticipatory bail that has been given, in fact that has been awarded to Giribala Singh, who remains very incooperative in this investigation, the mother-in-law in question, the retired Sessions Court judge. This is what we are looking up to. In fact, our eyes are also constantly tracing down the trails of Samarth Singh when he was absconding for 11 days. And We are constantly trying to figure out that where was he, who was trying to shield him when he remained absconding for nearly 11 days before he decided to finally surrender after the Jabalpur High Court's ruling in this matter. And now we also wait for the Supreme Court's hearing in this regard when a 3-judge bench headed by the Chief Justice of India, Surikant, will be hearing this matter tomorrow in Delhi. There are obviously a lot of progresses that have been made in this regard, but no progresses can ever justify the visuals that we are bringing for our viewers on Republic TV at this hour. These are very, very, very sad visuals coming in from Bhopal, where a young life has been lost and now she's being cremated by her loved ones at Bhadpada Ghat in Bhopal. No family should ever go through this, but the fact of the matter remains that a young life has been lost. We continue to demand for accountability. We continue to demand for justice that is yet to be served for Twisha Sharma and her family members, as Giribala Singh, the mother-in-law, who is also in question, remains out, remains on an anticipatory bail that has been given to her by a sessions court in Bhopal. We continue to ask these tough questions to the concerned authorities, to the concerned teams that are in fact investigating the matter. As we also ask for the trails and whereabouts of Samarth Singh when he was absconding for nearly 11 days before he finally decided to surrender now. He is a senior lawyer himself. His bar association license, however, now remains cancelled and he cannot practice the law anymore. However, we also had a very, very aggressive confrontation with him earlier this week in Jabalpur when he finally decided to surrender at a court that was not even written in the High Court's order. In fact, his goons, the aides who were accompanying him, who were calling themselves lawyers, were trying to manhandle, were trying to track, push, and beat the teams of Republic Media Network who were just trying to ask the one simple question that what made them do this. Where when we went on to ask for accountability, the teams of Republic Media Network was attacked. We were in fact dragged outside the court premises. We were not allowed to go inside. And this comes after nearly 2 weeks of intensive campaign by the entire Republic Media Network, when our reporters are constantly trying to trace down every trail, turn down every stone in the matter, and we try to investigate the entire matter. But again, the fact of the matter is the 32-year-old Twisha Sharma is no longer with us. Our family is now going through a pain that can never be filled. In fact, this will forever leave a space in their heart, and this place can never be filled. No family should ever go through this. But we continue to ask for accountability. We demand justice for Twisha Sharma. And we also wait for the Supreme Court hearing that is scheduled for tomorrow, a 3-member judge bench that will be headed by the Honorable Chief Justice of India, Surikant himself. Remember, Supreme Court has taken a suo motu cognizance in this matter. This also signifies the seriousness of this issue. This, in fact, is also a very huge Republic impact because we were constantly asking for accountability. We are constantly asking for answers. And we are also waiting for the hearing that is scheduled at Jabalpur High Court tomorrow at 2:30 p.m. Court number 9 is what we have been told, where the hearing will take place, where a single judge bench will be hearing the cancellation of the anticipatory bail of Giribala Singh will be heard. In fact, the Madhya Pradesh government has now deployed top advocates of the country, Solicitor General Tushar Mehta, along with Prashant Singh, who serves them as the Advocate General. Both of these senior lawyers will, in fact, demand for the cancellation of Giribala Singh's anticipatory bail. We had a exclusive interaction with Advocate General Prashant Singh, in fact, earlier this week on Republic Camera. He also clearly expressed the government of Madhya Pradesh views in this regard. He clearly said that they are now seeking the anticipatory bail to be cancelled, and they are seeking the custody of Giribala Singh because evidences can be tampered if she remains out. And we were also told by multiple of our sources who are in fact very much invested in the investigation that is being carried out that Giribala Singh, the second accused, in fact the mother-in-law in the case, remains incooperative. Multiple notices were served to her, but she says the other way around. But now, very sad visuals on Republic TV when Twisha Sharma's family bids her a final goodbye. Comes after a second post-mortem that was carried out earlier today afternoon when a 4-doctor team was traveling from AIIMS Delhi, in fact, to Bhopal to carry out the second autopsy that has now been concluded. And now on your screen are the visuals, are very sad visuals of Twisha Sharma's last rites as her family undergoes pain and grief that can never be justified. Big progress is made in this regard. Big questions asked by Republic TV, big questions asked by the entire Republic media network. We are constantly campaigning in this regard. We will continue to investigate the matter at our own end, but at the same time, this cannot be denied that nothing can bring back the 32-year-old Twisha Sharma, who has in fact lost her life. Nothing can bring back the daughter who has been lost in this entire tragedy. Nothing can bring back the sister who has lost her life. The pain of the parents, of the brother, of her friends, in fact, remains unjustifiable. And these are, in fact, the visuals that we are bringing for our viewers on Republic TV. Very sad, very tragic, but we continue to demand for accountability. Heads should roll when something of this seriousness happens, something of this level happens anywhere in India. And these are visuals that are sad not just for Twisha Sharma's family members, but also for the entire nation. In fact, 145 crore people are grieving at this hour, seeing these visuals when a young life has been lost.
दूसरी तरफ समर्थ सिंह से 7 दिन की जो समर्थ सिंह को पुलिस रिमांड मिली है, इस दौरान परिवार ये चाहता है कि जो एसआईटी प्रेजेंट में भोपाल पुलिस है वो तो इन्वेस्टिगेट कर ही रही है, लेकिन जल्द सीबीआई केस अपने हाथों में ले, जिससे कि इस इन्वेस्टिगेशन को फिर से शुरू करे सीबीआई और हर उस शख्स से जो इस केस में इन्वॉल्व है, जैसे कि समर्थ सिंह 10 दिन तक कहाँ रहा, किस किसने उससे शरण दी, कहाँ उसने फरारी काटी, उन लोगों से पूछताछ हो। जैसे कि वो रसूखदार लोग जिसमें 13 जज भी शामिल हैं, उन लोगों से क्या बातचीत की गिरिबाला ने, क्या उनने केस को प्रभावित करने की या कमज़ोर करने की कोशिश की, उनसे पूछताछ हो। इसी तरह की तमाम कानूनी और पुलिस प्रणाली पर सवाल खड़े करने वाली पॉइंट्स हैं जिन पर कि परिवार चाहता है कि जल्द, जिस तरह से हाई कोर्ट ने संज्ञान लिया और सेकंड पीएम कराया, तो अब इसी तरह सेकंड पीएम के बाद अब सीबीआई अपने हाथों में जल्द केस ले और अपनी इन्वेस्टिगेशन शुरू करे। दूसरी तरफ आप ये तस्वीरें देख ही रहे हैं, जो मेजर हर्षित का जो तिशा का भाई है मेजर हर्षित शर्मा, वो देखिए ये जो एक प्रक्रिया होती है जब सबको मुखाग्नि दी जाती है, उसके बाद पानी जिस तरह से एक पूरा घूमा जाता है, जो अंतिम संस्कार हुआ है उस जगह पर, वो प्रक्रिया पूरे विधि विधान से करते हुए दिख रहे हैं। वहीं दूसरी तरफ जो तिशा की माँ है वो कई बार अभी भी बेहोश हो जा रही हैं, तो उन्हें थोड़ा सा दूर एक जगह पर बैठाया गया है जिससे कि वो और भावुक ना हो। तो ये तस्वीरें अपनी एक प्रोसेस है, एक प्रक्रिया है जो हिंदू रीति रिवाज से की जाती है, वो तो यहाँ पर की ही जा रही है। लेकिन अच्छी बात यह है कि ये जो परिवार है ये इनका हौसला भी डगमगाया नहीं है। इनका कहना है कि हम जब तक इन लोगों को सजा नहीं दिला देते तब तक उनकी ये लड़ाई जारी रहेगी। और इसीलिए कल का दिन काफ़ी अहम है, जैसा कि आप भी कह रहे थे, क्योंकि कल सुप्रीम कोर्ट में सुनवाई हो सकती है। अभी गिरिवाला सिंह को जो अग्रिम जमानत मिली हुई है उस पर फैसला आ सकता है कि हो सकता है उनकी अग्रिम जमानत खारिज करने का फैसला कोर्ट दे दे। इसके अलावा चूँकि जैसा कि त्रिशा के जो एडवोकेट हैं अनुराग श्रीवास्तव, उन्होंने एक बहुत बड़ी बात कही कि चूँकि केस जब हुआ 12 तारीख को, जब ये संदिग्ध सुसाइड का केस हुआ, उसके बाद समर्थ तो फरार हो गया, लेकिन गिरिवाला जो है वो लगातार अग्रिम जमानत का फ़ायदा उठाने के बाद उसी घर में रही। तो अनुराग श्रीवास्तव जो तिशा के वकील हैं, उनका कहना है कि इस दौरान 10 से 12 दिन में हो सकता है गिरिवाला सिंह ने कई ऐसे सबूत हैं जो इस केस को मजबूत बनाते हो, उन्हें डिस्ट्रॉय करने की कोशिश की हो। क्योंकि परिवार का ये भी आरोप है कि जिस रूम में तिशा रहती थी और जो क्राइम सीन है, जिस छत पर तिशा ने की डेड बॉडी, मतलब फंदे पर लटकी हुई बॉडी मिली, तो उन दोनों जगह को लेट सील किया गया। और ये भी तिशा के वकील ने कहा कि इन 10-12 दिन में हो सकता है कुछ सबूत, कुछ ऐसे सबूत या एविडेंस वहाँ क्रिएट कर दिए गए हों जिससे कि केस कमज़ोर हो, तिशा के अगेंस्ट जाए। तो इन सब पहलुओं पर सीबीआई को जांच करना चाहिए, जल्द जांच करना चाहिए, परिवार का कहना है। दूसरी तरफ ये जो आप तस्वीरें देख रहे हैं, यहाँ पर परिवार के जितने भी लोग शामिल हैं, यहाँ पर कोई अभी देखिए सब निराश हैं, भावुक हैं, आंखों में उनकी आंसू हैं। और मैंने जैसा कि थोड़ी देर पहले भी बताया कि भोपाल को लेकर इनकी यादें काफ़ी कड़वी रही हैं, और इसीलिए ये परिवार के लोग जो है यहाँ पर नहीं चाहते थे कि वो अंतिम संस्कार करें। लेकिन डॉक्टर्स की सलाह के बाद चूँकि जो बॉडी है तिशा का जो सब है वो 12 तारीख से मर्चुरी में था और आज 24 तारीख है, तो इतनी ज़्यादा उसकी स्थिति खराब हो चुकी थी कि परिवार को यहीं पर उसका अंतिम संस्कार भोपाल में बहुत ही शॉर्ट टाइम पीरियड में करना पड़ा। देखिए 3-3:15
So viewers, we are getting you visuals from Badbada Ghat, Vishram Ghat. This is where the last rites are being performed by Twisha's family. The brother, in fact, is performing the final rites for sister Twisha. Now, this comes after 13 days since she passed away on May 12th under mysterious circumstances. But even if, Twisha is gone today, she will not be forgotten. And these are visuals which remind you what a daughter has been put to, what a family, in fact, has been put to the past 13 days to ensure that there is justice served in this case and there is no other family, no other daughter that has to go through such a fate. Now, Republic, in fact, continues to stand with the family. Tomorrow is when the Supreme Court will be taking up this case. It has decided to intervene given the kind of procedural inconsistencies were flagged. And it has now taken a suo motu cognizance of the entire case. The case will come up before the CGI tomorrow. And these are last rites being performed for Twisha Sharma. These are visuals which are difficult to describe. In fact, viewers, the pain of this family, it is difficult to put into words what they have been going through for the past 13 days and what Twisha, in fact, must have endured in those 5 months of her marriage, because she continued to send messages to her mother even the last few days that she was trapped and she wanted a way out. Republic at large continues to fight for justice, and my colleagues, they have been present in Jabalpur, in Bhopal, covering all the developments to ensure that justice is served. My colleague, in fact, Harsh is now joining me. Harsh, tomorrow, in fact, is going to be a big day, because this is what the family had been claiming for a fair investigation, what Republic, in fact, has been fighting for also, that there is a transparent probe in this case, so that the ex-judge, Kirbala Singh, or the advocate, accused husband, Samarth Singh, they're not able to influence the entire process. So even if Twisha, is gone today, her fight continues.
Something we cannot even describe in words. These are visuals that cannot be described in words, and these are, in fact, visuals that bring tears to the eyes of everyone who are, in fact, watching this live on their TV sets. And although we are demanding for accountability, we are demanding for justice to be served for Twisha Sharma. It was a huge Republic campaign, and now we are also witnessing Supreme Court taking suo motu cognizance of the matter to be heard tomorrow in New Delhi. Now this will also come just ahead when the Jabalpur bench of the Madhya Pradesh High Court will also hear another petition that is in fact demanding the cancellation of the anticipatory bail that has been awarded to Kirbala Singh by a Sessions Court in Bhopal. Now, multiple progresses have been made in this regard. The second post-mortem has been carried out, but these are the visuals that are extremely, extremely sad in nature, that cannot be justified. We continue to demand for answers. We continue to demand for accountability. Samarth Singh, although the prime accused in the case, the husband of Twisha Sharma, have been sent to a 7-day police custody. But these are the visuals that are very saddening. These are the visuals that should in fact create an impact, that should ask the authorities that what went wrong, why was the investigation not carried out in the way it should have been, why it took 3 days for Madhya Pradesh police to even register something as basic as an FIR. Now, we also had conversations with some of the most vocal voices who keep talking about women empowerment, who keep talking about equality. And everyone has had this one question, that what went wrong for Twisha Sharma? What went wrong for the young woman who lost her life, in fact? I had a confrontation with Samarth Singh, the prime accused in the case. In fact, multiple teams of Republic Media Network were asking questions to Samarth Singh when we were manhandled by his goons, when we were dragged outside the court premises, when we were attacked, when we were abused, only for the one very reason, because we were asking the questions that are now, in fact, are the need of the hour. I remember I had a word with Kiran Bedi, and she had tears in her eyes while she was speaking about Twisha Sharma and this entire case. We also had a word with the Advocate General Prashant Singh, who is in fact representing the government of Madhya Pradesh in this matter. He expressed his side. He said that second post-mortem is being carried out to restore public faith, to justify the demands that were put up by Twisha's family. And that is exactly why the second post-mortem was eventually ordered by the High Court of Jabalpur. And just after the second post-mortem was concluded, in fact, specialized teams were traveling from Delhi. 4-member team from AIIMS Delhi was traveling to Bhopal, and the specialized team concluded the second autopsy of the 32-year-old Twisha Sharma. Just after that, we are seeing these visuals when Twisha Sharma finally bids a very, very sad farewell to the nation, asking the tough questions, demanding for accountability, as the teams of Republic Media Network here in Madhya Pradesh, as well as from multiple locations across India, demand for accountability, demand for answers. We are constantly demanding for justice that is yet to be served for Twisha Sharma. our eyes are now on the Supreme Court hearing that is scheduled to take place tomorrow morning. Now, this also is a very significant progress that a 3-judge bench headed by the Chief Justice of the country, Suryakant, takes suo motu cognizance of the matter after nearly 2 weeks of constant campaigning by the entire Republic Media Network. Our eyes are also on the hearing that is scheduled to take place at 2:30 p.m. here in Jabalpur, when the Madhya Pradesh High Court will be hearing another petition that, in fact, demands the cancellation of the interim or the anticipatory bail that has been given to Giribala Singh, who is a retired judge herself, and she is not cooperating, is what we are told by the sources who are, in fact, a very crucial part of the teams investigating the matter. We had multiple confrontations. In fact, our reporters in Bhopal had multiple confrontations with Giribala Singh, who tried to escape Republic TV's questions. I personally had confrontation with Samarth Singh when I was attacked, when I was in fact dragged outside the court premises. Now, this comes when a 32-year-old woman has to lose her life. A father, a mother has to lose their daughter. A brother, who in fact is now performing the last rite, has to lose his sister. This is a very, very sad state of affairs, very sad visuals that we are bringing to you on Republic TV. I'm sure everyone watching this might also have tears rolling down their cheeks when they see something of this seriousness, something of a pain that cannot be justified, a pain that has been caused not just to Twisha Sharma's family but to the entire nation. And now with Republic TV campaigning on the matter, the entire Republic Media Network campaigning on the matter, the entire nation, in fact, is asking this question, is now demanding for accountability, is now demanding justice that is yet to be served to Twisha Sharma. We continue to ask the Madhya Pradesh police that what took them 3 days to file an FIR. Why were there stones that were left unturned? Why was it required that the High Court of Jabalpur had to order a second autopsy? In fact, why was it even required for special teams to be traveling from Delhi to Bhopal just to carry out the post-mortem? There were multiple lapses, in fact. There were lapses with things as basic as the age of the deceased that was written wrong in multiple places. And in fact, now we also continue to trace down the trails of Samarth Singh, who was absconding for 11 days. He identifies himself as a senior lawyer, although his bar council license now stand cancelled, but he remained absconding for 11 days, and in all possibilities he was fielded by some people and he was absconding. And then after the High Court ruling, he finally decided to surrender at a court that was not even written in the order. He was also trying to play very smart there, but these are now the visuals.
Right, Harsh. Thanks so much for joining us. And viewers, right now, in fact, on your screen, the last rites for Twisha Sharma has now concluded. And but the fight continues for justice. Tomorrow, the Supreme Court will take up the case as it has decided to intervene on a suo motu basis. Republic continues to stand with the family at this difficult hour and continues the fight for justice.
Join International Institute of Hotel Management. Call 983-10-50,000.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH।
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma. Who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge, in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate's son appear to be more than involved. Ladies and gentlemen, 15 questions tonight. And if they think it's a media trial, so be it. So be it. Why did the ex-judge in the case of Twisha Sharma, neither she nor her son call a police or an ambulance? What took them 57 minutes to bring the body down? Where are the 3 men who are seen in the video dragging Twisha's body, destroying evidence? What was the police doing? Did they question the house staff? Did they question the judge? Was Twisha carrying headphones in her bag, in her hand, or a rope? Where is it now? Where is that so-called belt that cops claim was used by her to commit suicide? Why was it hidden? The mother-in-law, the ex-judge, walks up calmly while the body is being dragged down and evidence is being destroyed before the judge's eyes. Is that normal? Why don't the judges raise a hue and cry about it? Why don't the appellate courts take up this case suo motu? So people don't start believing that when an ex-judge is concerned, the victim will never get justice. Ladies and gentlemen, what was the ex-judge carrying in her hand when she went down? Where is all the CCTV footage? Did the police collect it? Why did the ex-judge's son, Samarth Singh, escape after bringing the body of his wife to AIIMS? Is it true that the ex-judge's son's medical examination was not conducted? The police station is right behind the ex-judge's Giribala's house. Why was no call made? Why did it take 5 days to file an FIR in the case? Who stalled it? Why was the victim's family attacked in court if there's nothing to hide? And did a very senior police officer go to AIIMS that night to try and fudge the post-mortem report? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm asking these questions. Now I ask you, am I right or wrong in asking these questions? And if I don't, who will? Will the government of Madhya Pradesh raise these questions? The Chief Minister doesn't have 30 seconds to meet the victim's family. Will the higher courts of the country raise these questions? So far, I have not seen this case being picked up by the appellate courts, though we are screaming and shouting about it. So I say tonight, what happens when other institutions fail? And if we do a media trial, should we be celebrated and supported for doing so? Was Aravali a media trial? Yes, it was. It was. Thank God for that. Thank God for that media trial which stopped the Aravalis from being destroyed. Was the Pune Porsche case a media trial where innocents were killed by a rich brat and the whole system colluded to give the rich brat a free run? Was it a media trial? I confess it was. Thank God for it. Thank God for that media trial. Was RG Kaur a media trial? When the government of Mamata Banerjee and the whole system came together to destroy the evidence? Was it? If it was a media trial, I and the entire Republic Bangla team are proud for it. Thank God for that. Thank God for such media trials in our country. Thank God for the media trial in the Jessica Lal murder case. Thank God for the media trial in the Nirbhaya case. Thank God for the media trial in the Sheena Boda murder case. Thank God for the media trial in the Disha Salian murder case. Thank God for the media trial in the Pune Porsche case. Thank God for the media trial in the Sandesh Khali case where Mamata Banerjee stood there and the media made a hue and cry about Sandesh Khali, the mass gang rape of Hindu women, before the politicians stepped in. If it was not for a media trial, there would be no expose of Sandesh Khali. And you know what? Thank God for the media trial and the media debate and the media investigation that forced the judge to resign in the cash burning scam, where in the house of a judge in the heart of Lutyens, cash was burning. It made people uncomfortable, the judiciary uncomfortable. Thank God for that media trial. And thank God for the media trial in Aravali, which forced the Supreme Court to retrace the steps.
Join International Institute of Hotel Management. Call 983-10-50,000.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा। राजा और मसाला।
हनी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He is accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind of a hero, as if he's achieved something great. Is a rapist to be celebrated, ladies and gentlemen? I ask you that question. And more than anyone else, I ask the right wing of this country. Very often I come on television and I say, yes, on several issues, I'm happy to be called a right-winger. But ladies and gentlemen, let me put it clearly. You cannot let a person like this man, this Sushil Prajapati, a leader of the Hindu Yuva Vahini, a local thug, a man accused of rape, you cannot celebrate his act of rape or celebrate the fact that the rapist is out on bail. If that is the message we want to send to our society, and if all the BJP leaders want to be quiet about it, I want to ask them, why are they quiet about this? Why are they quiet? In the silence of the BJP leaders, is there a tacit support to this person? Is there a feeling that anyone who wears or puts a, proclaims that he is from a so-called Hindu organization, that he will be allowed to get away with absolutely everything, including an act of rape? Is there a feeling that this man, do right-wingers feel, this man, this accused rapist is one of our own? So hence, regardless of what happens, one of our own should never be accused. It's like all those people, those radical Islamists who say that as long as the act of murder or crime of terrorism is carried out by a Muslim, it must be defended. This very thought, ladies and gentlemen, is completely unacceptable. And we need to make the point more strongly because it's not the first time this has happened. This happened in the case of Bilkis Bano. When in Gujarat, the rapists of Bilkis Bano came out, they were greeted with tikas and sweets. And it was happening openly. This was an act of defiance. A manner of saying, so what? It is a Hindu who carried out the act of rape and hence we will celebrate him, we will forgive the person. Ladies and gentlemen, we are nobody to forgive. And the last thing we should do is celebrate rapists. This was a shameful moment then. This is a shameful moment now. Sengar was another shameful moment when some people said, oh, Sengar is from the BJP, and hence he can be seen smiling after carrying out the act of rape, and people would celebrate him and say, no, our leader can do no wrong. That was another shameful moment for the right wing. And ladies and gentlemen, Jayant Sinha, remember, son of Yashwant Sinha, stood there, ladies and gentlemen, and garlanded people accused of lynching. And he had come to my studio and I had told him, Jayant, I think you should be ashamed of what you've done. Because for all the good you will do in your political career, this moment will be the black spot on your career. And therefore, my point is to those who call themselves right-wingers. You cannot be right-wingers, say you're fighting for the right, and be supporting lynchers and rapists at the same time. You cannot have this attitude that if you are pro-Hindu, then if someone who is a Hindu or from a Hindu organization commits the most ghastly crime, you will say it's all right because he claims membership of a Hindu organization. Why doesn't the Hindu Yuva Vahini sack and throw out Sushil Prajapati? Why can't they take a stand on issues such as this? Food for thought. Food for thought, ladies and gentlemen, not just for the people who are doing this, but for all of us. In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma, who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex...
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching Republic TV. I'm Gesu Bhardwaj, and viewers, Twisha Sharma's last rites that started about 5 p.m. today at the Vishram Ghat in Bhopal have now completed. It's culminated, and in fact we were getting you all the visuals. We're also getting you more details into the post-mortem report, the second autopsy that's taken place for Twisha Sharma, and a lot more. But first, here's a check on your headlines for the hour. Take a look.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
After second autopsy, Twisha Sharma's last rites take place in Bhadbada Vishram Ghat in Bhopal. Twisha's second autopsy concludes at AIIMS in Bhopal, lasted for about 4 long hours. An SIT team is expected to reach Samarth's residence. It's set to also recreate the scene of crime. The Supreme Court takes up Twisha Sharma's death case. 3 bench led by CJI Suryakant will hear the case on Monday. US Secretary of State Marco Rubio holds bilateral talks with External Affairs Minister S. Shankar. Rubio hails India as one of the most important strategic partners for the United States. US State Secretary Marco Rubio says ties with Pakistan are not at the expense of India. Viewers, now cutting across to Bhopal straight, where teams of the AIMS doctors and medical practitioners have now reached Samarth Singh's residence in Bhopal. Now, we're also getting you the visuals of Samarth Singh's house shortly. The Delhi AIMS team, in fact, remember just yesterday, a team with 4 senior doctors from AIMS in New Delhi left for Bhopal. Today, they carried out the second autopsy for Twisha Sharma, following which her last rites were carried out at 5 p.m. at the Bhadbada Vishram Ghat in Bhopal. And now in the latest, the Delhi AIMS team has reached Samarth Singh's residence. Those are the visuals that we're getting for you. That's Twisha Sharma's family. These visuals are of Samarth Singh's residence and also ex-judge Giribala's residence. This is exactly the house where Twisha Sharma was found dead. Now, in fact, the Delhi AIMS team is also leaving the residence of Samarth Singh. These are the live visuals. In fact, we'll also let's listen in to the ambient sound of what's ongoing in the visual right now as the Delhi AIMS team continues to be at Samarth Singh's residence. Also be able to spot ex-judge Giribala Singh, who has just moved inside her house. Remember, Twisha Sharma's last rites being carried out in Bhopal, and here the ex-judge Giribala Singh seen ferrying around her house comfortably like nothing has happened.
सर ये क्या देखना है सर कहेंगे कि क्या चीजें
In fact, viewers, the Delhi AIMS team is now leaving from Samarth's residence, and they reached the residence just about a little while ago. And in fact, these two things were happening simultaneously. You know, at one hand, in Bhopal at the Bhadbada Vishram Ghat, where Twisha Sharma's final rites were being carried out, her family remained inconsolable. Her last rites were being carried out in Bhopal's Vishram Ghat. On the other hand, the Delhi AIMS team also reached Samarth Singh's house at the same time. And of course, they found the ex-judge Giribala Singh there. In fact, the post-mortem, the second autopsy for Twisha Sharma has also concluded. It concluded shortly before her last rites took place in Bhadbada Vishram Ghat. In fact, Shambhavi, my colleague, joins us on the broadcast with more details. Shambhavi, break this down for us. You know, we heard that the special investigation team will reach Samarth Singh's residence to recreate the crime scene. From what we're learning, that hasn't happened as of now. And on the other hand, a team of AIMS doctors from Delhi who went to Bhopal for the second autopsy reached ex-judge Giribala's home. So what is happening right now, Shambhavi?
Well, we know that a dedicated forensic team reached Giribala Singh's house. So basically, they reached there to see the crime site, to see not the crime site exactly, alleged crime site, the spot where Twisha Sharma allegedly lost her life. Was it by hanging? Was it by asphyxiation? Was it by something more sinister behind it? That is what is being done. Because now that the case is starting from scratch, this case, the investigation is starting from scratch. The case has been taken up as suo motu in the Supreme Court. We'll see if the CBI takes up the case. So a lot of things are happening, and there were a lot of irregularities with the investigation from the scratch, with police not registering FIR for the longest time, then also registering with the wrong details, then not sealing the place rightly, opening the spot for everybody to move around, for the family to move around, to tamper with. So there were a lot of things which were wrong. So now every aspect of the investigation is starting from scratch. So that is why a dedicated forensic team reached Giribala Singh's house to first see the spot. That is the terrace. So let us also quickly explain to viewers, it's a duplex situation. On the ground floor, there are a lot of rooms. Upstairs, what is happening is on one side, there's an open terrace. Not exactly open, but semi-open terrace. And that is where there are grills on the top. And from the grills, there are certain extensions of the grills. We have also shown the exact picture of the spot to our viewers just yesterday. And that is where forensic team went to see that because they also needed to see what is the height of that ceiling, and then taken with the height of Twisha, does it match the proof, you know, the markings on the neck that were found on Tisha's neck in the post-mortem report. These were all the details that should have been done just 12 days ago, but is again thankfully being carried out again from scratch to make sure that this time there are no irregularities. This time, no stone is left unturned. Yes, sir.
In fact, also the fact that the special investigation team was supposed to be at Samarth's residence recreating the crime scene. In fact, first reports also said that Samarth Singh, in fact, will also be brought with the special investigation team at the time of recreating of this entire crime scene. On the other hand, Shambhavi, you were also present at Twisha's last rites. The bereaving family, they were completely broken. The mother especially was completely inconsolable. It was a painful last farewell for Twisha Sharma, surrounded by her friends, families and well-wishers. And you were also on the spot. So on one hand, where Twisha's family, even in time of such a big loss, continues campaigning for justice, Republic stands right next to them. On the other hand, the SIT has not yet begun recreating the crime scene. So the delays are only increasing. But the good news is that the family have been fighting for a second autopsy since the beginning. They have been struggling for the last 12 days. And finally, on the day that Twisha was laid to rest, that second autopsy was also carried out. Shambhavi.
Absolutely, Gesu. Republic is very strongly standing with the family. We've been standing with the family for the past 12 days. We will continue to stand until and unless Twisha gets justice, and that has exactly been our campaign, justice for Twisha, and we will keep campaigning for it. We have seen several wins, Gesu, in the past couple of days. This Justice for Twisha campaign, the family has seen several wins in the past few days, starting from the permission to conduct a second postmortem to issuing a notice to Giribala Singh in the anticipatory bail.
Shambhavi, I'm so sorry to cut you there, but continue being with us. We're also hearing there's a word that we're getting in from Twisha's father. Let's quickly listen into what he has to say.
जब भी वो हमारे साथ रहती थी तो रात में मिडनाइट हो जाना, उसका नाते दिल मेरे को किस करके जाना, मम्मी को किस करके जाना, पता नहीं कैसे रह पाएंगे। ये हमारे लिए मैं सभी भाई।
Viewers, that's Twisha Sharma's father, Navnidhi Sharma, right after putting his daughter to rest, right after the pyre was lit. The last rites concluded. That is Twisha Sharma's father, who's in fact been speaking about the ordeal that's unfolded. In fact, also, viewers, let's quickly listen into what the team that has travelled all the way from AIIMS in New Delhi to Bhopal for the second round of autopsy that's now culminated says on the matter. Let's listen in.
मैडम ये कौन सी टीम? मैम समर्थ को लेकर आए हैं साथ में। SID टीम है। टीम कौन सी आई है मैम? डॉक्टर्स की टीम से दिल्ली एम्स के डॉक्टर्स की टीम। क्या एम्स मेडिकल की आपको बता दें कि ये टीम जो है वो यहाँ पर पहुँची है और तस्वीरें जो है वो हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं। एम्स मेडिकल की टीम जो है वो यहाँ पर जो है वो पहुँची है, जो तस्वीरों में आप देख भी सकते हैं। तस्वीरें हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं और ये देखिए इनिशियल इन्फॉर्मेशन यहाँ पर आप लोग क्या करने पहुँचे हैं? पोस्टमार्टम 2 में क्या इन्फॉर्मेशन मिल रही है? क्या निकला है पोस्टमार्टम सेकंड रिपोर्ट? आप अंदर मत जाइए प्लीज। सर, पोस्टमार्टम सेकंड रिपोर्ट देखिए यहाँ पर किसी भी तरीके से पुलिस की तरफ से जो है और साथ ही एम्स के डॉक्टर जो यहाँ पर आए हैं उनकी तरफ से आपको बता दें कि यहाँ पर कोई सहयोग जो है वो नहीं दिया जा रहा है।
In fact, Shambhavi continues being with us on the broadcast. Shambhavi, we just saw AIIMS doctors. We also heard one of them while they were leaving from Samarth Singh's residence that this forensic team had come to the residence to match forensic details. Now, also the case has been transferred into the hands of the CBI, the Central Bureau of Investigation. But the evidences have already been tampered with. There are allegations of that against ex-judge Giribala Singh and also her son Samarth Singh and the two other people people who were involved in the CCTV footage whose whereabouts are not known to the police. In fact, even the mishandling of the evidences at the crime scene by the Bhopal police was flagged off. So this is going to be a hard task for the forensic team also to try and match the forensics with the crime scene and, you know, to try and sort of create a link between Twisha's forensics and everything that's available at the crime scene, given the fact that 12 days have now passed. So how do you read this right now, Shambhavi?
Definitely it is going to be a very hard task, because when we see from scratch, this started from the scratch. So you see, the first comes calling of the police station or ambulance once this incident happened. That was not done timely. The ambulance was not called timely. They were busy calling everybody but the ambulance or the family. They were busy calling the bureaucrats. They were busy calling the judges and Lokayukta people all the time. Then after that, the filing of FIR comes. The FIR was not filed for the longest time. The family had to literally fight to get their FIR registered. They were being mistreated by the police. They were being mishandled by the police. Then when the FIR was filed, there were discrepancies in the FIR as well. The age was 3 different places, 3 different ages were written. Such minute but significant details were mishandled, were not written properly, was not recorded properly. Then from there comes sealing of the spot where this happened. It was not sealed for the longest time. It was open for everybody to access. It was open for Giri to access. It was open for his son to access. So a lot could have been or is tampered with already, because she said that they were not accessing it when Republic was following Giribala Singh to confront her. We saw that there was a lot of movement at the same exact terrace. We could see, because it's an open space from 2 sides. We could see there was fan turning on, fan turning off. There was a lot of movement there at that place as well. So there was, of course, a lot of tampering with the evidence. And apart from that, then comes the postmortem report. We've been reiterating so many irregularities with the postmortem report as well. So there has been nothing but irregularities and discrepancies in this entire investigation since this start. So now, of course, it is going to be, after 12, 13 days, it is going to be extremely difficult for the entire forensic team, or even SIT, or even if CBI takes up the matter, for CBI to recreate everything and to start everything from scratch. Because a lot of, God knows how many proofs or how many evidences have been removed, allegedly removed by Giribala Singh or by her aide. We don't know what has been happening at that spot. So recreating it and trying to find everything.
Shambhavi, in fact, continue being with us. We're also being joined by Palak, our colleague, who continues to remain outside Giribala Singh's residence at this point. Palak, आप बहुत देर से वहाँ पे हैं. बताया गया था शुरू में कि एक SIT की टीम आएगी. वो टीम अभी तक वहाँ नहीं आई है. फोरेंसिक्स की एक टीम, एम्स के दिल्ली वाले डॉक्टर्स की टीम वहाँ पे आई थी. क्या पता चल पाया है? 12 दिनों के बाद वो फोरेंसिक्स के बारे में वहाँ पे ऐसा क्या पता लगाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं? पलक.
Okay, Gesu, right now I'm standing in front of Giribala's house, and it's a very important and crucial time right now, because 4 hours Delhi AIMS team conducted the post-mortem, the re-post-mortem that happened today in Bhopal AIMS. And then right now I am in front of Giribala's house, and this house is basically the important point of the crime scene where the Delhi AIMS team came. 5 doctors team came here. They conducted a forensic report here, and it was accompanied by the ACP Aditi Saxena. Why it's important? Because when the whole investigation started, the family, the Twisha family, said that they don't have confidence of the postmortem report. It was the whole thing that happened with Republic TV, Republic Network, and then finally they agreed, the court agreed for the second postmortem, and that's why it's very important, because it's not just conducted by the Bhopal AIMS team. Now it is conducted by the Delhi AIMS team. When I was here, I also confronted the Delhi AIMS team doctor. They said as of now they cannot say anything much about this case because it's under investigation and we are not allowed to disclose anything. But when we asked them that there is any difference in the postmortem 1 and the postmortem 2 report, there is a lot of sources are saying that yes, probably there are some changes, and there is
there's one more update, Gesu, that we want to tell our viewers, that possibly the SIT team, the Special Investigation Team, cannot really come here for the scene recreation. Earlier, there was information that they can come here, but now, as of now, there is information that it can be delayed for tomorrow maybe. But yes, the forensic team and also the Delhi AIMS teams was here, and ACP Aditi Saxena said that we were accompanying there for the briefing. And I would like to show the pictures of the house where the team came. And this is the Giribala's house. I will request the video journalist NK Singh to please come and show some visuals where the crime scene happened. This is basically the ground floor, and I would like to show the third floor. The third floor is basically the floor where the crime scene happened. So forensic team and the Delhi AIMS teams was there. Also, they conducted a briefing. They also take some forensic proofs here. So that's how it's very important that what is really in the second post-mortem report, if there is any big difference, then yes, it will make a big difference in the whole investigation. And it's very important that tomorrow Supreme Court and also Jabalpur Court will also do the hearing.
Right, Palak. Thanks very much for getting us such a detailed lowdown on what's ongoing on ground, and also extremely, disheveled to know that the fact that the SIT team was supposed to reach the ground, but they haven't till now. For now, viewers, that's all that we could wrap for you in this edition of the News Bulletin. We're going to continue our rolling coverage and get to the bottom of this entire case. Twisha Sharma, her last rites have completed. They've culminated at the Bhadbada Vishram Ghat in Bhopal. Her family was inconsolable, but they continue their fight, and Republic since the beginning and even now remains shoulder to shoulder with the family in their fight for justice. Viewers, in fact, on the other side, we also get you stories about how BJP's Debangshu Panda has now won the Falta Assembly re-poll by a margin of over 1 lakh votes. So that's a huge margin. And TMC's comeback, its political comeback, has now fallen on its face. First, we're getting you all the details on the other side. Stay tuned.
Join International Institute of Hotel Management. Call 983-10-50,000.
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma. Who
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी.
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He's accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He's still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him.
Our Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy
every day.
Amity University has one of India's largest merit scholarship programs for brilliant students. Over 9,000 students with 90% plus in their 12th boards are currently at Amity, benefiting from the culture of academic excellence and focus on research and innovation. To be with like-minded students who want to be successful, apply at amity.edu/scholarships.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट, स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट। क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
राजा आरती और मसाला।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा सिर्फ असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma, who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge, in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate's son appear to be more than involved. Ladies and gentlemen, 15 questions tonight. And if they think it's a media trial, so be it. So be it. Why did the ex-judge in the case of Twisha Sharma, neither she nor her son call a police or an ambulance? What took them 57 minutes to bring the body down? Where are the 3 men who are seen in the video dragging Twisha's body, destroying evidence? What was the police doing? Did they question the house staff? Did they question the judge? Was Twisha carrying headphones in her bag, in her hand, or a rope? Where is it now? Where is that so-called belt that cops claim was used by her to commit suicide? Why was it hidden? The mother-in-law, the ex-judge, walks up calmly while the body is being dragged down and evidence is being destroyed before the judge's eyes. Is that normal? Why don't the judges raise a hue and cry about it? Why don't the appellate courts take up this case suo motu? So people don't start believing that when an ex-judge is concerned, the victim will never get justice. Ladies and gentlemen, what was the ex-judge carrying in her hand when she went down? Where is all the CCTV footage? Did the police collect it? Why did the ex-judge's son, Samarth Singh, escape after bringing the body of his wife to AIIMS? Is it true that the ex-judge's son's medical examination was not conducted? The police station is right behind the ex-judge's Giribala's house. Why was no call made? Why did it take 5 days to file an FIR in the case? Who stalled it? Why was the victim's family attacked in court if there's nothing to hide? And did a very senior police officer go to AIIMS that night to try and fudge the post-mortem report? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm asking these questions. Now I ask you, Am I right or wrong in asking these questions? And if I don't, who will? Will the government of Madhya Pradesh raise these questions? The Chief Minister doesn't have 30 seconds to meet the victim's family. Will the higher courts of the country raise these questions? So far, I have not seen this case being picked up by the appellate courts, though we are screaming and shouting about it. So I say tonight, what happens when other institutions...
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डवेयर मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट अब बताओ स्वाद आया
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
रानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बाद एकदम सॉलिड।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He is accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind of a hero, as if he's achieved something great. Is a rapist to be celebrated, ladies and gentlemen? I ask you that question. And more than anyone else, I ask the right wing of this country. Very often I come on television and I say, yes, on several issues, I'm happy to be called a right-winger. But ladies and gentlemen, let me put it clearly. You cannot let a person like this man, this Sushil Prajapati, a leader of the Hindu Yuva Vahini, a local thug, a man accused of rape, you cannot celebrate his act of rape or celebrate the fact that the
We are going to have the next keynote session. It's on the story of Veer Bharat, the spirit that protects this nation that we have been celebrating all throughout the day and will continue this evening. There are some individuals, ladies and gentlemen, whose lives have become a symbol of courage, patriotism and unwavering commitment to nationalism. And our next speaker is one such personality, a decorated Indian Army veteran, strategic affairs expert, and one of India's most respected defense analysts, spending decades serving and speaking for the nation. One of the fiercest voices that we have today. A Kargil war veteran, he commanded troops in some of the highest and the toughest high-altitude operational terrains, awarded the Vishisht Seva Medal for his distinguished service to the nation. His military experience and strategic insight have made him one of India's most recognized voices on defense, on national security. On the battlefield or through national discourse, his voice reflects strength, conviction, and the spirit of Bharat. And ladies and gentlemen, we welcome on stage Major General G.D. Bakshi. On the stage, as always, a pleasure to have him on Nationalist Collective once again. Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, as we welcome him. One of the most powerful voices that we have in times who instills the true spirit of nationalism every time he speaks.
Ladies and gentlemen, after that very electrifying performance, it's a very hard act to follow through. Thank you indeed. You know, Agarwal Saab was talking of values. So I thought that I'd stress today on some of the values that are taught to us soldiers, and we are taught to uphold them all our lives. When we go to the Indian Military Academy, Dehradun, and just by the way, how many of you know the etymology of the word Dehradun? Dehradun comes from the word Dera Drone. Dera Drone, the camp of Drone. And you know what a remarkable coincidence of history that the Indian Military Academy, where we all get our commission from, is situated at the exact place on the banks of the river Tons, Tomasa, where Guru Dronacharya had taken the Kauravas and the Pandavas and established a camp on the banks of the river Tons, Tomasa, at more or less the exact same spot where the Indian Military Academy has come up today. The more things change, the more they remain the same. Actually, the British had no idea that this is exactly where Dronacharya had established his camp. That is why Dehradun, which over a period of time became Dehradun, right? But we get, and you go to the academy today, you will find a very impressive Drone Dwar. The tradition carries on. The best thing about this country and this culture is its sheer continuity over 10,000 years. And when I'm saying 10,000 years, I'm not talking of an exaggeration. I'm not talking of any Hindutva ideology. I am talking about the radiocarbon dating of Rakhi Giri. It has been radiocarbon dated, the upper levels, to 8,000 years BP, before present, and the subsequent the lowest levels are 9,500, almost the age of the Dryas, when the glaciation had occurred and it was just retreating. So, the simple fact is, there is like a river, a culture flows. Why do we worship the Ganga? Why do we remember the Saraswati, the cradle of our civilization? That was a river 4,600 kilometers long, 6 to 8 kilometers in its width, and it flowed from the Himalayas to the sea. And the original culture, the cradle of the Aryan culture, Indo-Aryan, not only Indo-Aryan, Aryan culture. Because the new theory is not that the Aryans came from outside of India into India, but the out of India theory. The real cradle of the Aryans was the Saraswati civilization, which was supposed to be, by many accounts, a myth, a fable, a fairy tale. Till in 1977, the Landsat satellite of the United States for the first time gave us a full, picture of the dried out course of the Saraswati. So it's not a myth. So the simple fact is what I would like to quote Iqbal. Mishra, Rome, Yuna, सब मिट गए जहां से, कुछ है हम में कि मिट सकती नहीं कभी हस्ती हमारी, सदियों रहा है दुश्मन दौरे जमा हमारा, सारे जहां से अच्छा हिंदुस्तान हमारा. That is the power of this culture. We are a civilizational state, like China, like Iran. We are a civilizational state. We have 10,000 years of an unbroken history. If you go to Rakhi Giri, if you go to Dholavira, Haryana, the Saraswati once flowed through Haryana, right? And one of the prime, centers of our historical civilization, if you study the so-called Indus Valley civilization, 70% of the settlements were not on the banks of the Indus. That was an outlier. 70% were on the banks of the Saraswati via Delhi through, Kurukshetra, down into Rajasthan, Gujarat and onto the sea. And the two major clusters, civilizational cluster, one was, Indraprastha or Delhi today, and the second is now in what is Pakistan, the Hakra alignment. The densest cluster of settlements of the Aryans was there, right? And the Indus Valley civilization was not pre-Aryan, as Max Muller had told us on his back of the envelope calculation. It was absolutely indigenous. It was absolutely indigenous. So we have a tradition that is continuing from there, and it comes on to us till today. So at the Indian Military Academy, there is that Chetwood Hall. We used to get our pipping ceremony done there. I remember all of us old soldiers get misty-eyed when we think of those times when our mom and dads, at midnight hour, removed the, epaulets and that single star shone through. Now you don't have a single star, you start with 2 stars, so which is quite an improvement from my time. So we used to have that. But in that Chetwood Hall, there is a motto in golden letters upon a wooden background. Very, very elegant. And it is the central credo that all military men follow. The safety, honor, and welfare of your country comes first, always and every time. The honor and welfare of the men you command, not safety, because you may have to lead them to their deaths, right? So the honor and welfare of the men you command comes next. Your own ease, comfort and safety comes last, always and every time. ये है स्पिरिट जिसको बोलते हैं देशभक्ति का जज्बा. अगर आप समझना चाहते हैं देशभक्ति क्या है, तो वो जापानीज फाइटर पायलट्स, कामाकाजी पायलट्स उसका जीती जागती मिसाल थे. सफेद सिल्क स्कार्फ वो डालता था. एक स्कार्फ हमारे देश में भी डाला जाता था जो केसरिया होता था. जब राजपूत वॉरियर्स सब कुछ खत्म हो गया, खाना पानी खत्म, आखिरी लड़ाई के लिए वो आर्मर प्लेट शर्ट भी नहीं डालते थे. वो सिर्फ सर पे केसरिया बांध के आखिरी बार तलवार लेके निकल जाते थे कि जिंदा नहीं आएंगे. उनकी पत्नियां जौहर कर लेती थी. आप चित्तौड़गढ़ जाइए, आज भी यू विल गेट द स्टेंच ऑफ दैट बर्निंग स्मेल ऑफ दोज फायर, जहां पे उनकी वीरांगनाओं ने अपने आप को चिता में जिंदा जला दिया. हम दुश्मन के हाथ नहीं पड़ेंगे. ये ट्रेडिशंस हैं साहब, ये चलती आती. तभी मैं कह रहा था कि आपके द्रोणाचार्य ने हमको सिखाया देहरादून में कौरवों और पांडवों को, आज भी हम वहीं से कमीशन लेके आते हैं. That is that cultural continuity. That is because we are a civilizational state. अमेरिका जैसे हम 250 साल पहले पैदा नहीं हुए थे साहब, हम 10,000 साल से भी ज्यादा पुराने हैं. And living continuing civilization. तभी हम अपनी नदियों को पूछते हैं, क्योंकि कल, आज और कल उनके कल कलरव स्वर में वो गूंजता है. The Ganga is not just a physical stream. It is a spiritual stream that flows through our collective consciousness. तभी वो पूजी जाती है. तभी हर शाम वहां पे आरती होती है, गंगा आरती. Namami Gange. You see, so the first value is the country. The second value that you are taught is courage. The most respected value in the armed forces is courage. जिसमें हिम्मत है उसकी सारे इज्जत करते हैं. शुजात, ब्रेवरी, करेज. ठीक है. और हमारे साहब वो बोलते हैं दिस इज वन वैल्यू. चाहे आप आर्मी में आए, नेवी में आए, एयरफोर्स में आए या ना आए, You may become an IT person, you may become an engineer, doctor, whatever have you, startup, whatever you do, you will need courage. You will need courage. हमारे शोले की बड़ी अच्छी डायलॉग है, जो डर गया सो मर गया, ठीक है? और जो बच्चे यहाँ बैठे हैं, बेटा मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूं कि आप सबको हिम्मत की जरूरत है, करेज की जरूरत है. द ओनली फेटर इज फियर. अपने करेज, अपने भय के ऊपर जीत, आपके भय के ऊपर जीत है. और आई वॉज कमांडिंग माई यूनिट इन कारगिल. I'll just finish. I was commanding my unit in कारगिल और बड़ी भीषण लड़ाई देखी मैंने वहाँ पे. मेरी अपनी पलटन में 6 जवान, 6 लड़के शहीद हुए थे, 21 घायल हुए थे, ठीक है? We got 1 VRC posthumous, 4 Sena medals, 1 posthumous. Yours truly got his bloody VSM there, etc., etc. बड़ी जबरदस्त तोपें, आर्टिलरी, मोटर्स, RCL गन्स, एंटी टैंक, एंटी एयरक्राफ्ट गन, लाइट वेट, बम्बार्डमेंट, सब हमने देखी. तो मेरी पलटन में एक नया यंगस्टर आया, एक सेकंड लिeutenant, वेरी हैंडसम यंग मैन, लाइक हमारे एम्बेसडर साहब, वेरी वेरी हैंडसम यंग मैन. एंड वो आया तो आर्टिलरी शेलिंग हो रही थी, धड़ाम धड़ाम धड़ाम, यहाँ फट रहा, मोटर की आवाज आती है, क्रम्प, और जो आर्टिलरी का शेल फटता ना, आती है आवाज शड़ाक, जैसे कपड़ा फट रहा होता. तो फॉर अ वेलकमिंग, क्या कहते हैं, ऑर्केस्ट्रा, इट इज क्वाइट अननर्विंग, इट इज क्वाइट अननर्विंग. तो वो साहब बेचारे लेफ्टिनेंट साहब, वेरी गुड बॉय, रोज अप टू द रैंक ऑफ ब्रिगेडियर. और वो आया तो इसे ये हो क्या रहा है. तो एक हमारे जेसीओ साहब थे. जेसीओ हमारे नॉर्मली मेरे जैसे सफ़ेद बालों वाले होते हैं. तो उनकी तरफ वो मुड़ा, बोले साहब ये तो गदर है, इतने थे गदर है. बोले साहब यहाँ से जिंदा जाने का नुस्खा क्या है. सो द जेसीओ लुक्ड हिम अप एंड डाउन, ही वाज 6+. तो इसे साहब आप वॉलीबॉल खेलते हैं? वॉलीबॉल? मैं पूछ रहा हूँ यहाँ से जिंदा जाने का नुस्खा क्या है, आप कह रहे हैं वॉलीबॉल. साहब ये मेल क्या है? What is the commonality between what I am asking and what you are answering? नहीं साहब आप वॉलीबॉल खेलते हैं? कहते हैं हाँ खेलता हूँ साहब. आप भी वॉलीबॉल खेलते हैं? बच्चे हाथ खड़ा करो जो वॉलीबॉल खेलते हैं. वॉलीबॉल? अरे ऑलराइट, या द गर्ल्स प्ले मोर वॉलीबॉल, दैट्स डैम गुड. तो उसने कहा आप वॉलीबॉल खेलते हैं? उसने कहा हाँ. वॉलीबॉल में खड्डा क्या होता है? यस बेटा, यू रेज्ड योर हैंड. व्हाट इज खड्डा इन वॉलीबॉल? अच्छा मैं बताता हूँ. ही सेड आप वॉलीबॉल का मैच खेल रहे, ठीक है, मैच पॉइंट पे गेम आ गई. गेम पॉइंट मतलब कि अब 1 सर्विस एंड हार जीत का फैसला हो जाएगा, और वो सर्विस आपको करनी है. तो पूरी टीम अबे ठीक से करियो, ये वो खबरदार तूने, एटसेट्रा एटसेट्रा, यू नो. तो आप वो बॉल पकड़िए और दुश्मन की टीम की आंखों में आंखें डालिए. जो सबसे घबराया हुआ लग रहा है ना, उसको सर्व कर दो, वो ड्रॉप कर दे. उसको बोलते हैं खड्डा. जो सबसे डरा हुआ है कि विल आई बी एबल टू डू इट, विल आई बी एबल टू डू इट, आप उसको सर्व करें, वो गिरा देगा, गिर जाएगा और आप मैच पॉइंट जीत जाएंगे. बेटा गोली भी वहां जाती है जहां डर होता, ठीक है. द ब्रेवेस्ट ऑफ पीपल एट सम टाइम और द अदर, यू नो, द थॉट्स ऑफ फेयर क्रॉस यू एंड यू नो दैट योर टाइम इज अप. जब भय अंदर आ जाता है, सबको डर लगता है. हम सबको एक्टिंग सिखाई जाती है, खासकर जब जवान देख रहे हो, जय यो मजाक करते हैं लड़के, ये वो वगैरह. यू ट्राई एंड शो यू आर नॉट अफ्रेड. एवरीबडी इज स्कैर्ड इनसाइड. द होल थिंग इज ऑफ नॉट शोइंग योर फियर. सो देखिए, अगर आप अपने बड़ा एग्जाम करना है, आप IAS में जाना चाहते हैं, आप वोरा साहब जैसे बनना चाहते हैं, IFS जाना चाहते हैं, और आपने एग्जाम की कोचिंग करी, माँ बाप ने पैसे लगाए, ये किया वो किया, और आपको डर बैठ गया अगर मैं फेल हो गया तो हंसेंगे लोग. माँ बाप बोलेंगे अबे तेरे पे इतना खर्चा किया, बे तेरे को कोचिंग सेंटर भेजा, ये किया वो किया वगैरह वगैरह, यू नो, और तू फेल हो गया. मेरे टीचर क्या बोलेंगे, मेरे दोस्त क्या कहेंगे. साहब आप फेल हो गए, बिकॉज ऑल दैट यू आर थिंकिंग ऑफ इज फेलियर. व्हाई डोंट यू थिंक मैं मेरिट लिस्ट में होऊंगा, फर्स्ट सेकंड होगा, थर्ड फोर्थ दे कैन डिसाइड, आई विल बी देयर, यू नो, थिंक पॉजिटिव एंड यू विल डू इट। आपने स्टार्टअप किया, ठीक है, आपने बैंक से लोन लिया, आपके फादर ने घर गिरवी लगा के आपको पैसा दिलवा दिया, माँ ने अपने जेवर वो वहां पे पौन कर दिए, और आपको डर बैठ गया कि हे भगवान, अगर मेरी बिजनेस ठप हो गई तो क्या होगा, घर गया, माँ के जेवर गए, ये गया, लोग क्या बोलेंगे, लोग क्या बोलेंगे। आप फेल, आप जरूर, आपकी बिजनेस फेल होगी, बिकॉज सिवाय नेगेटिविटी के आप कुछ सोच नहीं रहे। सेल्फ फुलफिलिंग प्रोफेसी है ये आपकी, ठीक है। तो साहब मैं कहना चाहता था कि भय को तजो। आप स्टार्टअप कर रहे हैं, व्हाई डोंट यू थिंक अडानी बाजू, अंबानी बाजू, मैं आ रहा हूं, मैं आ रहा हूं, आई एम कमिंग, आई एम द नेक्स्ट अडानी, आई एम द नेक्स्ट अंबानी। यू थिंक पॉजिटिव। वो बोलते हैं ना, यू एम फॉर द स्टार्स। अब टहनियों तक तो पहुंच जाओगे, अब टहनियों तक पहुंच जाएंगे, बट अबव ऑल you have to master your fear. You have to master your fear. So that is the second, courage. Third is compassion. You can be a great dada, but you could also be a gunda. What differentiates that is compassion. I have not seen a soldier, you know, who shoots somebody जिसने हाथ खड़े कर दिए। Pete Hegseth may want to play Attila the Hun, बट द ब्लडी फैक्ट इज कि कोई डूब रहा है उसको मार डालो। अरे कमाल है साहब, जनीवा कन्वेंशन कहती है कि अगर आपने शिप को टॉर्पीडो किया है, डूब रहे हैं दुश्मन के सैनिक, तो आप उनको निकालो, प्रिजनर ऑफ वॉर ले लो। ये पीट हेग्सेथ साहब है कि मैं अटिल्ला द हन हूं, देयर आर नो रूल्स, देयर आर नो रूल्स ऑफ वॉर, देयर आर नो, यस सर देयर आर रूल्स ऑफ डिसेंसी, ठीक है। सो कंपैशन इज अ वेरी ग्रेट थिंग, एंड वो कहते हैं कि यू मस्ट लर्न टू गिव टिल इट हर्ट्स। एंड कौन साहब दे सकता है? एनीबडी हु थिंक्स ही इज रिच। हु इज रिच? द निजाम ऑफ हैदराबाद वॉज द रिचेस्ट मैन ऑन द वर्ल्ड, बट वो जो उसकी एस्ट्रे में लोग सिगरेट छोड़ जाते थे, उनको निकाल के फूंका करता था। कंजूस, मक्खी चूस। अमीर वो होता है साहब, हमको 450 रुपए पहली पे मिलती थी, एज दत्ता साहब वुड रिमेंबर, ठीक है, बट वी फेल्ट रिच। अरे भाई, मैं दारू नहीं पीता था, मैं सिगरेट नहीं पीता था, फील्ड एरिया में चोला में बैठे हो 16,500 फुट पे, तो कहाँ खर्चा कर। सो यू आर रिच बाई 450 रुपीज मैन, एंड दोज 450 रुपीज वर समथिंग। मेरे टाइम के हमारे सब बुढ़े आज हम है at lakh plus and all that, you know. So it is that feeling, give till it hurts, give till it hurts, give back, और आपको you give so that you shall receive. सीधी बात, compassion. और last thing is truth. Absolutely जो अग्रवाल साहब कह रहे थे, truth, सत्येन तितिष्ठाय जगत. Truth is the foundation of this universe. If you adopt the truth, सब corruption और option उसी दिन खत्म, because corruption सारी झूठ के ऊपर, झूठ की बुनियाद पे कायम है। तो आपको वो करना चाहिए। और लास्ट में the Indian way of नीति शास्त्र is through stories. So बच्चों, मैं आपको एक छोटी सी कहानी सुना के सत्य के बारे में मैं ये खत्म करूंगा। We go back to Guru Dronacharya's camp in Dehradun, डेरा द्रोण। वहां पे टॉन्स रिवर के तट पे ये लोग मल्ल युद्ध, बॉक्सिंग, मुष्टिका और गदा युद्ध और तलवार का युद्ध और सारे आर्ट्स ऑफ वॉर सीखते थे। और शाम को नहा धो के इनके थ्योरेटिकल लेसन्स होते थे, नीति शास्त्र, वैल्यूज। तो वहां पे जो पहला लेसन था वो उन दिनों भी वही सिस्टम था जो आज है, रटो और उगल दो। तो क्या हुआ, वो शुरू किया। पहला लेसन आज का है सत्यम उवाच। बोलो 100 बार, बोलो 10 बार बोलो सत्यम उवाच, सत्यम उवाच, सत्यम उवाच। तो याद हो गया, गुड। अगले दिन अगला लेसन। तो पहले क्या किया जाता है, रिवीजन। अच्छा, कल का लेसन क्या था? नकुल, सहदेव, दुर्योधन, सत्यमवाच, 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 युधिष्ठिर चुप। So the Guru was astonished. अबे सबसे बड़ा ठूंठ है, सारे भाइयों में बड़ा है और तेरे को याद नहीं हुआ इतना छोटा? सत्यमवाच 10 बार और बोल, 10 बार बुलाया, बैठ जा। नेक्स्ट डे फिर सेकंड थर्ड लेसन था, लेट्स रिमेंबर रिवाइज द फर्स्ट लेसन। या युधिष्ठिर खड़ा हो गया, ठूंठ की तरह खड़ा, चुप। क्या यार, 2 शब्द हैं यार, सत्यम ओवाच, सच बोलो, तेरे को ये कैसे याद नहीं हो रहा? आई नो आई कांट अंडरस्टैंड। मैं तेरी केनिंग करूंगा, ये करूंगा, वो करूंगा, 100 बार बोल। तो 100 बार बुलवाया। तो ये ड्रामा चलता रहा कोई 7 दिन। 7वें दिन उसने फिर he made a point to make him stand every time. What was the bloody first lesson? तेरे को याद क्यों नहीं हो रहा? That's what I want to understand. तो उसको जब 7वें दिन उठाया तो युधिष्ठिर ने बोला, क्या था फर्स्ट लेसन? सत्यम ओवाच। आज कैसे? कहता है, गुरुदेव मैंने 7 पूरे दिन में एक बार भी झूठ नहीं बोला। यू अंडरस्टैंड व्हाट आई एम सेइंग? आप लेट क्यों हो गए साहब? ट्रैफिक बहुत था। ट्रैफिक नहीं था साहब, नहीं था। इवन फॉर द स्मॉलेस्ट थिंग यू शुड नॉट अटर अ लाई। और फिर हमारे कहा जाता था वाक सिद्धि, जो सच बोलते रहते हैं, गांधारी का कहा जाता था उसको वाक सिद्धि, कि जो वो बोल देते हैं वो हो जाता है, क्योंकि वो इतने सत्य में हैं कि जो सत्य में स्थापित हैं, जो वो कहेंगे वो सत्य रहेगा। ठीक है? तो वाक सिद्धि आपको आए ना आए, बट यू विल लिव अ वेरी एथिकल लाइफ। These are the 4 military values। और याद करने का तरीका, हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी इज वेरी गुड एट इन्वेंटिंग कैचवर्ड्स। CCTV, राइट? तो यहाँ पे 2 C के बदले 3 C's, कंट्री, करेज, कंपैशन, ट्रूथ। CCTV, 4 सेट ऑफ मिलिट्री वैल्यूज। आप ये फॉलो करें, यू विल नेवर गो रॉन्ग। जय भारत, जय हिंद।
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
Join International Institute of Hotel Management. Call 983-10-50,000.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
हनी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
आई का ये जश्न है, जश्न का ये जश्न है।
राष्ट्रीय इलायची, जश्न का जश्न।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट।
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चंकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma. Who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge, in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate's son appear to be more than involved. Ladies and gentlemen, 15 questions tonight. And if they think it's a media trial, so be it. So be it. Why did the ex-judge in the case of Twisha Sharma, neither she nor her son call a police or an ambulance? What took them 57 minutes to bring the body down? Where are the 3 men who are seen in the video dragging Twisha's body, destroying evidence? What was the police doing? Did they question the house staff? Did they question the judge? Was Twisha carrying headphones in her bag, in her hand, or a rope? Where is it now? Where is that so-called belt that cops claim was used by her to commit suicide? Why was it hidden? The mother-in-law.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic TV. I'm Gesu Bhardwaj, and viewers, in Falta, history has been rewritten. The BJP's candidate Debangshu Panda has won by a margin of over 1 lakh votes. And remember, this is the same constituency where TMC's Falta candidate from before, Jahangir Khan, had given a challenge to not just the BJP but also the Home Minister specifically, saying that if the BJP can win even 1 seat in a Bengal constituency, the TMC will accept its defeat, and that today has happened with a margin of 1 lakh votes. We're getting you that and a lot more on the Twisha story, but first here's a check on your headlines for the hour. Take a look. BJP's Debangshu Panda secures a thumping victory in the Falta Assembly repoll. Securing a massive win, Debangshu Panda won by over 1.9 lakh votes amid high turnout and tightly monitored counting. After second autopsy, Twisha Sharma's last rites take place in the Bhadbada Vishram Ghat in Bhopal. The SIT team will reach Samarth's residence shortly to recreate the crime scene. Supreme Court takes up Twisha Sharma's death case. A 3-bench member led by CJI Suryakant to hear the case on Monday. Viewers, and in Bengal, a story that has rewritten Bengal's political history, Bengal's political chapter altogether. Falta, one of the most notorious constituencies in West Bengal assemblies, where all 284 seats were up for grabs once again in a repolling. Debangshu Panda of the BJP has now emerged as the decisive winner of the 144 Falta Assembly constituency in the 2026 West Bengal Assembly repoll. He secured a massive mandate in today's counting. In fact, he also defeated his nearest rival by a margin of over 1 lakh votes. Now, in a contest that saw high turnout and a tightly monitored repolling across all booths after earlier irregularities were reported. Now, in Falta, the last time around, there were mentions of irregularities. Remember, Bengal went to polls in two phases on the 23rd and the 29th of April. And Falta, all 284 seats, were up for grabs once again after irregularities with the EVM machine specifically were reported in the Falta constituency. In fact, we're also being joined by Dilip Ghosh, the BJP leader, to speak to us about the decisive win of the BJP and what this means for Bengal's political chapter going forward. Now, Mr. Ghosh, thanks very much for speaking to Republic. How do you see this win, specifically after the fact that BJP was given a challenge by the TMC in Falta, and now Falta has given its mandate. It's a saffron sweep like the rest of Bengal.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
हेलो सुनाई दे रही है मेरी आवाज?
जी, आपकी आवाज सुनाई दे रही है। आप इस बीजेपी की जो जीत है, जो फाल्टा में हुई है, 1 लाख वोट से जो बीजेपी के दिबांशु पांडा कैंडिडेट हैं वो जीते हैं फाल्टा में। इस जीत के बारे में आप क्या कहना चाहेंगे? स्पेसिफिकली इसलिए क्योंकि टीएमसी के जो कैंडिडेट थे जहांगीर खान, जिन्होंने मैदान तो छोड़ा ही है, पर पहले उन्होंने बीजेपी को चैलेंज दिया था कि यहाँ पे बीजेपी एक सीट जीत के नहीं दिखा सकती है, पर फाल्टा भी है बीजेपी के हाथों में, तो आप क्या कहना चाहेंगे?
देखिए, इस बार की जो चुनाव हुआ फ्री फेयर इलेक्शन, फिर भी कुछ जगह में भय का वातावरण था। फलता जैसे जगह में कभी चुनाव फेयर नहीं हुआ है। 15 साल से लोग बोल रहे हैं, उससे पहले से भी ऐसी वोटिंग होती थी। और जैसे कि फ्री फेयर इलेक्शन हो गया तो असलियत सामने आ गई। 2021 में भी अगर फ्री फेयर इलेक्शन होता तो बीजेपी का ही रिजल्ट होता। बंगाल के लोग आज इसको आजादी दिवस मना रहे हैं। 9 मई को जिस दिन काउंटिंग हुआ, सरकार बनी, 4 काउंटिंग हुआ, उसको नई आजादी के रूप में देख रहे हैं, क्योंकि पहली बार अपने ढंग से लोगों ने वोटिंग किया और अपने ढंग से रिजल्ट लोगों ने देखा। तो बहुत साल के बाद बंगाल में लोकतंत्र फिर से प्रतिष्ठित हुआ।
जी, इनफैक्ट दिलीप घोष जी, मैं आपसे ये भी जानना चाहूंगी कि ऐसा क्या है जो बंगाल में अब बदल जाएगा? फाल्टा के जो टीएमसी कैंडिडेट थे जहांगीर खान, उन्होंने कहा कि उन्होंने इसलिए इस पूरी रेस से स्टेप डाउन किया है क्योंकि चीफ मिनिस्टर सुवेंदु अधिकारी ने जो पैकेज अनाउंस किया है फाल्टा के लिए, वो उन्हें लगता है कि फाल्टा के हित में होगा। तो ऐसा क्या बदलाव है जो हम फाल्टा में देखेंगे, और ऐसा क्या है जो लोगों में बदला है? 1 लाख वोट से ज्यादा बीजेपी ने फाल्टा में इस बार जीते हैं, और ये वही बीजेपी है जो बंगाल में टीएमसी को टक्कर देने से इसको बहुत मुश्किल हो रही थी पार्टी को टीएमसी को टक्कर देने में। तो ऐसा क्या बदलाव है लोगों में अभी?
नहीं, जो जेन्युइन वोटर्स है उनको वोट डालने नहीं दिया जाता था, और जो लगभग 91 लाख जो फर्जी वोटर मैंस है, सब मिला 1 करोड़ से ज्यादा होगा। इन्हीं लोग अपना वोटिंग करके टीएमसी को जिताते हैं। पुलिस प्रशासन पूरा टीएमसी के पक्ष में काम करते थे, इसलिए कभी फ्री फेयर इलेक्शन हुआ ही नहीं है। वास्तवता क्या है वो किसी को समझ में नहीं आता था, आज वो देखने को मिला है। और लगभग 40 साल से यही चल रहा था बंगाल में। जो परिवर्तन हुआ इसी ढंग से ही हुआ है। लोग इससे परेशान होकर इस बार वोटिंग किए थे और उसका नतीजा हम देख रहे हैं, और जनता खुश है। पूरा देश में, दुनिया में चर्चा हो रही बंगाल की इलेक्शन, उसका रिजल्ट।
जी, इनफैक्ट दिलीप घोष जी, आपकी तरफ से क्या ऐसा मैसेज रहेगा, बीजेपी की तरफ से क्या ऐसा मैसेज रहेगा बंगाल के लिए? बंगाल ने इस बार अपनी सारी पॉलिटिकल हिस्ट्री को पलट के बीजेपी को पावर दिए है इस इलेक्शंस में, तो ऐसा क्या है जो बंगाल की जनता बीजेपी से एक्सपेक्ट कर सकती है इस पूरे इलेक्शन के दौरान?
हम इसके पहले 20 राज्यों में राज कर रहे थे देश में। माननीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी का सरकार 3 बार कर रहा है। विकास क्या होता है वो लोगों को देखने को मिला है। स्वतंत्रता के बाद पिछले 10 साल में जो डेवलपमेंट हुआ है और हर जगह दिखता है। जो लोगों की जिंदगी में सुरक्षा आई है, कश्मीर जैसा परिस्थिति का परिवर्तन हुआ है, यूपी बिहार जैसा जंगल राज समाप्त कर।
जी, in fact, viewers, those are the visuals of celebration that you can see on your screens. BJP workers celebrating, and at the fore of this win for BJP in Falta is BJP's candidate Debangshu Panda. Now, thank you very much, Mr. Dilip Ghosh, for joining in and also for speaking to Republic about the matter. Now, in fact, viewers, let's shift focus and take a look at the story that has been dominating the headlines for days at a stretch, especially since Republic has taken it as a responsibility to continue campaigning and demanding justice for Twisha. Now, the last rites for Twisha Sharma were performed at a crematorium in Bhopal just today. A few hours back, in fact, her last riots culminated at the Vishram Ghat in Bhopal. Her family completely inconsolable but stronger than ever in the face of the adversaries that they've been facing since the last 12 days. In fact, after 12 days, Twisha Sharma was given a painful farewell by her family, friends, acquaintances and well-wishers. And while that happened, simultaneously on the other hand, an AIMS team of Delhi doctors that had just yesterday left from New Delhi to Bhopal also reached at Samarth Singh's residence, the key accused, Twisha's husband, who was absconding for about 10 days during the case and has now been finally arrested by the Bhopal police. The AIMS team of these doctors reached Samarth Singh's residence, and this was a specialized forensic team that had reached to mark and to match the forensics that were found on Twisha Sharma's deceased body to that of the crime scene, which is the third floor of ex-Judge Giribala and Samarth Singh's Bhopal residence. And in fact, while those doctors reached there, my colleague Palak was right outside and she was tracking every detail, every facet of the case that was ongoing. Palak also joins us live on the broadcast to get us more details into the matter. Palak, speak to us about the details. You know, from what we could gauge, you also had a confrontation with one of the forensic experts who had arrived at the spot. They were at Samarth Singh's residence and they were coming out. You were standing there under the sun since hours. And finally, you also had a confrontation with one of the forensic teams. So speak to us about the details of what exactly unfolded. Palak.
First we need to understand what really happened today. So it was 4-member AIMS Delhi team, forensic team was here. First they conducted the post-mortem, the second post-mortem that happened at AIMS Bhopal, and then 4-hour post-mortem was led, and then later on they came here at forensic team was there at Giribala's house. So now what happened next is the forensic team took all the proof, all the evidence that was there. Why it is very important, we need to understand this. This whole case is dependent very much on this post-mortem. Why? Because the family said the post-mortem firstly happened, was not credible, was not, they are confident about. Then that happened a second time. So it was director of AIMS, Mr. Sudhir Gupta, I'm exactly quoting his name. So he was there, we confronted him, and when we asked him the questions regarding what was there, what he could see, what he could really get out of the post-mortem report that he is going to make. So he was very clear about this thing that the post-mortem happened, and now we were here for the forensic team was here to collect all the evidence. Now we cannot say much about that. Why? Because it's under investigation. Now it's very important what will happen tomorrow, because Supreme Court and also the Jabalpur Court have hearing tomorrow, and if we're talking about the post-mortem report, usually it takes 24 hours for the PM report to come, the initial information, and maximum it can take 1 hour for PM report to take. On an average in 2 to 3 days, it will be clear that what really in the second post-mortem report. It was led by ACP Aditi Saxena. She led the team and she was there. And she also said that off camera that in future SIT will also come and they will also do the scene recreation there to get more information about Samarth, what he's saying in the interrogation, to match it with what really happened there. So scene recreation is very important, but the Delhi AIMS teams, the forensic team, 4-member team has taken all the evidence and proofs from the house, and probably it's going to be very important and very crucial in the coming investigation that is led by the SIT team, and maybe sooner it will be taken by the CBI. Gesu.
Right, Palak. In fact, also, speak to us about the details of the fact that the SIT team was supposed to show up today. The media was informed that. We got that information from you and our reporters as well. But that never happened. The SIT team never reached the spot. So, the fact that the CBI has to begin this entire interrogation from scratch already puts the entire evidences in a haste that have been fiddled with by ex-Judge Giribala and also her son. But now that the SIT team has not reached, what is the next step that the SIT is eyeing when it comes to crime scene recreation, especially? Palak. I think there was some problem with Palak not being able to hear us, but viewers, a special investigation team was supposed to reach Samarth Singh's residence today. In fact, as per reports, they were also supposed to get Samarth Singh along, and this was to recreate the scene of crime, to piece everything together and begin the investigation right from scratch to understand how things might have unfolded, what were the sequences of events that would have taken place that led up to Twisha Sharma's death. But that never happened. The SIT never showed up. Instead, the team of AIMS doctors and forensic experts showed up, who claimed that they were at the crime spot to piece together and to match the forensics that were found on Twisha Sharma's body to that of the crime scene, which is the third floor of Samarth Singh and ex-Judge Giribala's residence in Bhopal. And this was going on simultaneously as Twisha's last rites were being carried out at the Vishram Ghat in Bhopal. In fact, viewers, my colleague Palak also confronted one of the forensic experts who arrived at Samarth Singh's residence. Let's listen into what the conversation looked like.
मैडम ये कौन सी टीम?
मैम समर्थ को लेकर आए साथ में? SIT टीम है?
टीम कौन सी आई है मैम? डॉक्टर्स की टीम से दिल्ली एम्स के डॉक्टर्स की टीम। क्या
एम्स मेडिकल की आपको बता दें कि ये टीम जो है वो यहाँ पर पहुँची है और तस्वीरें जो है वो हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं। एम्स मेडिकल की टीम जो है वो यहाँ पर जो है वो पहुँची है, जो तस्वीरों में आप देख भी सकते हैं। तस्वीरें हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं और ये देखिए,
सुनो तो इनिशियल इन्फॉर्मेशन यहाँ पर आप लोग क्या करने पहुँचे हैं? पोस्टमार्टम 2 में क्या इन्फॉर्मेशन मिल रही है? क्या निकला है पोस्टमार्टम सेकंड रिपोर्ट? आप अंदर मत जाइए प्लीज।
सर, पोस्टमार्टम सेकंड रिपोर्ट देखिए यहाँ पर किसी भी तरीके से पुलिस की तरफ से जो है और साथ ही एम्स के डॉक्टर जो यहाँ पर आए हैं उनकी तरफ से आपको बता दें कि यहाँ पर कोई सहयोग जो है वो नहीं दिया जा रहा है।
मैडम ये कौन सी टीम?
मैम समर्थ को लेकर आए साथ में? SIT टीम है?
टीम कौन सी आई है मैम? डॉक्टर्स की टीम से दिल्ली एम्स के डॉक्टर्स की टीम।
एम्स मेडिकल की आपको बता दें कि ये टीम जो है वो यहाँ पर पहुँची है और तस्वीरें जो है वो हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं। एम्स मेडिकल की टीम जो है वो यहाँ पर जो है वो पहुँची है, जो तस्वीरों में आप देख भी सकते हैं। तस्वीरें हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं और ये देखिए,
सुनो तो इनिशियल इन्फॉर्मेशन यहाँ पर आप लोग क्या करने पहुँचे हैं? पोस्टमार्टम 2 में क्या इन्फॉर्मेशन मिल रही है? क्या निकला है पोस्टमार्टम सेकंड रिपोर्ट? आप अंदर मत जाइए प्लीज।
सर, पोस्टमार्टम सेकंड रिपोर्ट देखिए यहाँ पर किसी भी तरीके से पुलिस की तरफ से जो है और साथ ही एम्स के डॉक्टर जो यहाँ पर आए हैं उनकी तरफ से आपको बता दें कि यहाँ पर कोई सहयोग जो है वो नहीं दिया जा रहा है।
In fact, viewers, while this was happening at Samarth Singh's residence, simultaneously, Twisha Sharma's last rites were being performed. Now, that was also taking place in Bhopal. It started at around 5 p.m. today, and it was taking place at the Bhadbada Vishram crematorium in Bhopal. Now, in fact, her father also spoke to the media after the last rites were carried out. Let's listen into what he had to say.
अलग ही चीज में पीड़ा का है। अच्छा, बच्चे जब बड़े हो जाते हैं ना तो एक उल्टा हो जाता है। माँ बाप बच्चे जैसे हो जाते हैं, बच्चे जो है माँ बाप को रोकने करने लगते हैं। तो हमारा एक माँ की तरह ख्याल रखेंगे, बच्चे के जैसे हमारा ख्याल रखेंगे, मेरी पत्नी का बहुत ख्याल रखेंगे। जब भी वो हमारे साथ रहती थी तो रात में गुड नाइट बोलने आना, उसका माथे पर दिल को किस करके जाना, मम्मी को किस करके जाना, पता नहीं कैसे रह पाएंगे। ये हमारे लिए और मैं सभी भाइयों का, सभी मेरे मीडिया कर्मियों का, सभी लोगों का मैं बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूँ कि उसको न्याय मिलेगा। और ये त्रिशा इसका जो केस है, त्रिशा का केस आप लोगों के एफर्ट से ये बहुत बड़ा एग्जाम्पल सेट करेगा, नजीर सेट करेगा और न्याय व्यवस्था पर भरोसा दोबारा जानेगा। ये सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने और सीबीआई ने जो संज्ञान लिया है, ये अत्यंत ही बहुत ही अच्छा लग रहा है सभी को, ये पूरी बड़ी हुई। इसी के साथ मैं अपने सब देता हूँ ओम शांति।
Viewers are now shifting focus. A shooting scare reported right outside the White House. An armed man approached a security checkpoint. He pulled out a weapon and began to open fire. Within seconds, Secret Service agents returned fire, neutralizing the threat. The suspect later was killed after he reached an hospital. Now, a bystander was also hit, while President Donald Trump, who was inside the White House, remained safe. Now, new details are emerging about the man at the center of the incident, who's been identified as a 21-year-old Narcy Best from Maryland. Now, as the probe continues, the motive behind the attack still remains unclear. Here's a report on everything that jolted the White House just this morning. Take a look.
A security scare at one of the most protected addresses in the world, outside the White House at 17th Street and Pennsylvania Avenue. Shortly after 6 p.m. local time, a man approached a White House security checkpoint. According to the U.S. Secret Service, he pulled a weapon from his bag and opened fire. Agents responded immediately, returning fire. The suspect was hit, taken to hospital and later died. One bystander was also struck during the incident.
This incident happened near a gate which we access pretty frequently. The members of the media who have accreditation to White House, they go from very near this gate where this incident happened. And I can tell you that from my sources in White House that this individual approached the first checkpoint which is there on a busy street in Washington DC, and he took out a gun and started firing. He was neutralized immediately and obviously was shot at Secret Service because Secret Service is all over that area. These gunshots were even heard by some of our colleagues. I wasn't there in the White House today, but at that moment, a lot of our colleagues who were when I'm filming at White House, when I'm doing my shows, I usually do it not too far away from that place because and the gunshots were heard by everybody. President Trump was there inside the White House when this incident happened outside the White House, and certainly the entire White House press corps were told to go inside by the Secret Service from the ground itself. They virtually put the White House on a lockdown, and only when they got a go-ahead after almost 30 minutes of this incident, then the press was allowed to go out. I want to say that there has been heightened security following, what's happening in the Middle East. There is a likelihood of a deal which has been worked out with Iran. But yes, it is a very scary incident, and coming not too far, not only from the shootout at the White House Correspondents' Dinner where I was there, but there was a shootout where they apprehended a suspect not too far away a couple of weeks back. So certainly the security has been beefed up, but sources telling me that further corrective measures will be taken to make sure that incidents like these do not happen.
President Donald Trump was inside the White House at the time, but remained safe. No Secret Service personnel were reported injured. The identified suspect is a 21-year-old Nazir Best of Maryland. According to sources, the suspect, who was shot by US Secret Service agents, died on the way to GW Medical Center. He allegedly had multiple prior encounters with the Secret Service. He also had a history of mental health issues. Nazir Best was previously detained by the Secret Service in June 2025 and again in the month of July for flagging down agents and making threats.
No, it's a very serious incident. I would say that it's a very serious incident, and obviously this has to be taken very seriously. My sources are telling me FBI is involved now to ascertain what was the motive of this individual, because just yesterday one of the New York papers reported that there was one Iranian cell which was plotting to assassinate President Trump's daughter. So clearly the Trump family has been on the target of some of these terror groups. Whether this individual was the lone wolf or he had the backing of some group, we have to wait and watch. I don't want to speculate at this stage, but I would say this is a serious incident.
Donald Trump took on to the social media, thanking the Secret Service and law enforcement for the swift and professional action.
That's all that we could wrap for you in this edition of This Is Exclusive. News and updates continue on the other side. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
Amity University has one of India's largest merit scholarship programs for brilliant students. Over 9,000 students with 90% plus in their 12th boards are currently at Amity, benefiting from the culture of academic excellence and focus on research and innovation. To be with like-minded students who want to be successful, apply at amity.edu/scholarships.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Character, the taste of success.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जल जीरा जीरा से
जीरा सिप असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार प्योर मसाला।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He is accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind of a hero, as if he's achieved something great. Is a rapist to be celebrated, ladies and gentlemen? I ask you that question. And more than anyone else, I ask the right wing of this country. Very often I come on television and I say, yes, on several issues, I'm happy to be called a right-winger. But ladies and gentlemen, let me put it clearly. You cannot let a person like this man, this Sushil Prajapati, a leader of the Hindu Yuva Vahini, a local thug, a man accused of rape, you cannot celebrate his act of rape or celebrate the fact that the rapist is out on bail. If that is the message we want to send to our society, and if all the BJP leaders want to be quiet about it, I want to ask them, why are they quiet about this? Why are they quiet? In the silence of the BJP leaders, is there a tacit support to this person? Is there a feeling that anyone who wears or puts a, proclaims that he is from a so-called Hindu organization, that he will be allowed to get away with absolutely everything, including an act of rape? Is there a feeling that this man, do right-wingers feel, this man, this accused rapist is one of our own? So hence, regardless of what happens, one of our own should never be accused. It's like all those people, those radical Islamists who say that as long as the act of murder or crime of terrorism is carried out by a Muslim, it must be defended. This very thought, ladies and gentlemen, is completely unacceptable. And we need to make the point more strongly because it's not the first time this has happened.
प्रूफ है जो हमने सबमिट किया था कोर्ट में, व्हाट्सएप चैट में जो हमने निकाली थी, में क्लियर कट कंडक्ट दिख रहा है, खराब कंडक्ट दिख रहा है. इसने अपनी बहन को लिखा है, I am trapped.
How is this a logical question to ask?
Why is it illogical? Somebody is a past and who's wanting, desirous of getting a job.
Exactly. So you are exactly saying this कि भाई तुम्हारा past है इसलिए we are gauging you based on your past. You are bringing your past again. And how can you expect someone to actually not do it?
Why is CPR given on the staircase in clear view of the CCTV rather than at the scene of the accident? If she has died or committed suicide, then you give her CPR there. You don't bring her body down in a way so that it can be captured on CCTV. Show that you are giving CPR unless some mastermind has planned this. The mother-in-law, the ex-judge, walks up calmly while the body is being dragged down and evidence is being destroyed before the judge's eye.
प्लीज मूव आउट मैडम. हम जा रहे हैं लेकिन आप इस तरह से माइक पे नहीं मार सकते. नहीं मार.
Some people using their knowledge, position and power over the legal and prosecution system to torture you. जब आपकी आवाज रिपब्लिक और दूसरे मीडिया में आएगी, तभी इनकी आंखें खुलेंगी.
Join International Institute of Hotel Management. Call 983-10-50,000.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात. वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है. अरे मेरे राजा राजा और मसाला.
Character, the taste of success.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है.
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट.
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट.
क्या बात है. स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान. अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान.
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे. केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार. विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला. Delicious, healthy, every day.
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma, who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only an...
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching Republic TV. I'm Gesu Bhardwaj, and viewers, Twisha Sharma's last rites have concluded. In fact, a forensics teams of AIMS doctors also arrived at Samarth Singh's residence to check the forensics on Twisha's deceased body and match them with that on the crime scene. Getting you all the details, here's a check on your headlines for the hour. Take a look.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
BJP's Debangshu Panda wins Falta Assembly repoll by a margin of over 1 lakh votes. After second autopsy, Twisha Sharma's last rites take place in the Bhadbada Vishram Ghat in Bhopal. Supreme Court takes up Twisha Sharma's death case. 3-bench led by CJI Suryakant to hear the case on Monday, the 25th. US Secretary of State Marco Rubio holds bilateral talks with External Affairs Minister Jai Shankar. Rubio hails India as one of the most important strategic partners for the United States. US State Secretary Marco Rubio says that ties with Pakistan are not coming at the expense of India. Viewers, now starting first. The US and Iran are close to signing a deal involving a 60-day ceasefire extension, during which the Strait of Hormuz will be reopened. Now, Iran will be able to freely sell oil, and negotiations will be held on curbing Iran's nuclear programs as per reports. Now, Iran has also agreed to give up its stockpile of highly enriched uranium as part of a broader peace agreement being negotiated with the United States to end the ongoing West Asia conflict. Here's a report on that. Take a look.
Diplomatic negotiations between the United States and Iran appear to have reached a significant turning point. President Donald Trump announced on Saturday that a deal is largely negotiated. The proposed Memorandum of Understanding, if finalized, could mark one of the most consequential foreign policy developments in recent memory. According to the report, plan for Iran's stockpile of highly enriched uranium, which the United States has insisted Tehran give up, will be negotiated over the next 30 to 60 days. At the heart of the proposed agreement is Iran's apparent commitment to surrender its stockpile of highly enriched uranium, a long-time demand of Washington. Though the precise mechanics of how Iran would relinquish its stockpile remain unsettled. The proposed deal also centers on a 60-day ceasefire extension, during which the Strait of Hormuz will remain open. The vital maritime corridor, whose closure has rattled global energy markets since the US-Israel launched military operations against Iran in February. Under the terms, Iran would clear the mines it deployed in the strait and allow ships to pass freely with no tolls. This would provide immediate relief to international shipping and help stabilize oil prices worldwide. In exchange, the United States would lift its blockade on Iranian ports and issue sanctions waiver, enabling Iran to sell its oil freely on global markets. Beyond the immediate ceasefire measures, the draft agreement reportedly includes a commitment from Iran to never pursue nuclear weapons. The proposed agreement, if it holds, would represent a dramatic shift in conflict that has sent shockwaves through global energy and shipping markets.
Is going to somehow agree to a deal that ultimately winds up putting Iran in a stronger position when it comes to nuclear ambitions is absurd. That's just not going to happen. But our preference is to address this through a diplomatic means. And that's what we're endeavoring to do here. I think we've made some progress. I'm always cautious when I say that because you can agree to things on paper, they actually have to be implemented. You can agree to things in writing and then you actually have to go out and do it. And but I do think perhaps there is the possibility that over the next few hours, the world will get some good news, at least with regards to the Straits. and with regards to a process that can ultimately leave us where the president wants us to be, and that is a world that no longer has to be in fear or worry about an Iranian nuclear weapon.
Much, however, depends on what happens in the next round of talks and whether Washington and Tehran can convert a fragile understanding into a durable and verifiable peace framework.
Viewers, in fact, today right outside the White House, a shooting scare was reported. An armed man approached a security checkpoint, pulled out a weapon and began open fire. Within seconds, the Secret Service agents returned fire in retaliation, neutralizing the suspect. The suspect later died in a hospital, and a bystander was also hit, while President Donald Trump, who was inside the White House, remained completely safe. Now, new details are emerging about the man at the center of the incident, who has been identified as a 21-year-old Nasir Best from Maryland. Now, as the probe continues, the motive behind the attack still remains unclear. Here's what we know so far. Take a look.
A security scare at one of the most protected addresses in the world, outside the White House at 17th Street and Pennsylvania Avenue. Shortly after 6 p.m. local time, a man approached a White House security checkpoint. According to the U.S. Secret Service, he pulled a weapon from his bag and opened fire. Agents responded immediately, returning fire. The suspect was hit, taken to hospital and later died. One bystander was also struck during the incident.
This incident happened near a gate which we access pretty frequently. The members of the media who have accreditation to White House, they go from very near this gate where this incident happened. And I can tell you that from my sources in White House that this individual approached the first checkpoint which is there on a busy street in Washington, D.C. and he took out a gun and started firing. He was neutralized immediately and obviously was shot at Secret Service because Secret Service is all over that area. These gunshots were even heard by some of our colleagues. I wasn't there in the White House today, but at that moment, a lot of our colleagues who were, when I'm filming at White House, when I'm doing my shows, I usually do it not too far away from that place because the gunshots were heard by everybody. President Trump was there inside the White House when this incident happened outside the White House, and certainly the entire White House press corps were told to go inside by the Secret Service from the ground itself. They virtually put the White House on a lockdown, and only when they got a go-ahead after almost 30 minutes of this incident, then the press was allowed to go out. I want to say that there has been heightened security following, what's happening in the Middle East. There is a likelihood of a deal which has been worked out with Iran. But yes, it is a very scary incident and coming not too far, not only from the shootout at the White House Correspondents' Dinner where I was there, but there was a shootout where they apprehended a suspect not too far away a couple of weeks back. So certainly the security has been beefed up, but sources telling me that further corrective measures will be taken to make sure that incidents like these do not happen.
President Donald Trump was inside the White House at the time but remained safe. No Secret Service personnel were reported injured. The identified suspect is a 21-year-old Nasir Best of Maryland. According to sources, the suspect, who was shot by U.S. Secret Service agents, died on the way to GW Medical Center. He allegedly had multiple prior encounters with the Secret Service. He also had a history of mental health issues. Nazir Best was previously detained by the Secret Service in June 2025 and again in the month of July for flagging down agents and making threats.
No, it's a very serious incident. I would say that it's a very serious incident, and obviously this has to be taken very seriously. My sources are telling me FBI is involved now to ascertain what was the motive of this individual, because just yesterday one of the New York papers reported that there was one Iranian cell which was plotting to assassinate President Trump's daughter. So clearly the Trump family has been on the target of some of these terror groups. Whether this individual was the lone wolf or he had the backing of some group, we have to wait and watch. I don't want to speculate at this stage, but I would say this is a serious incident.
Donald Trump took on to the social media, thanking the Secret Service and law enforcement for the swift and professional action.
Now viewers, in Pakistan, a suicide blast has rocked Pakistan's Quetta city, killing over 30 people and injuring nearly 47 others near a rail track close to the Chaman Fatak. The attack targeted a train carrying Pakistani military personnel who were returning home for Eid. The banned militant outfit Baloch Liberation Army has claimed responsibility for what it called a Fidai attack carried out by its Majid Brigade unit. Now, hospitals across Quetta have been placed on emergency alert as security agencies intensify operations in the region. Here are the details on that. Take a look.
A massive explosion near a railway track in Pakistan's Quetta city killed over 30 people and left at least 47 others injured. The attack targeted a train carrying Pakistani military personnel returning home for Eid. The blast took place near Chaman Fatak in Pakistan, damaging a train and several vehicles parked nearby. The train had reportedly stopped near a paramilitary installation to attach additional bogies for Pakistani personnel returning home for Eid. Railway authorities immediately halted the Peshawar-bound Jafar Express at the Quetta railway station following the explosion. An emergency was declared in government hospitals across Quetta, with doctors and medical staff rushing in to handle the casualties. The Baloch Liberation Army has claimed responsibility for the attack. In a statement, the BLA spokesperson Jayan Baloch said the group's Majid Brigade carried out a Fidai attack targeting military personnel travelling on the train. Security forces and emergency teams have cordoned off the area while investigations are underway into the nature and the planning of the attack.
Viewers, in India, the country is battling with an intense heat wave, with temperatures crossing 47 degrees Celsius in several parts of the country. From Uttar Pradesh to Rajasthan to Delhi and even Telangana, multiple states remain on high alert as the IMD warns of continuing severe heat wave conditions. In Telangana alone, 16 people have lost their lives as temperatures rise. Authorities are urging people to stay indoors and take precautions against heat-related illnesses. Here's what we know. Take a look.
Heat waves have become intense across north and central India, pushing temperatures to dangerous levels and affecting daily life across several states. From Uttar Pradesh and Rajasthan to Delhi, Haryana and Telangana, the mercury continues to soar above 45 degrees Celsius in many regions. Several people have also lost their lives or have been hospitalized in these areas. The India Meteorological Department has warned that severe heatwave conditions are likely to continue till the 26th of May, with hot winds and extreme daytime temperatures posing serious health risks. Authorities have advised people to avoid stepping out between 11 a.m. and 4 p.m. unless absolutely necessary. Among the worst hit states is Telangana, where the government has confirmed 16 heat stroke deaths across 7 districts. The Telangana government has announced an ex gratia of 4 lakh rupees for each of the families of the deceased. Minister Srinivas Reddy held an emergency review meeting with senior officials to assess the worsening situation and strengthen relief measures. The Telangana government has urged people to stay hydrated and avoid direct sunlight. Authorities have also appealed for water arrangements for birds and animals amid the extreme heat. With temperatures continuing to soar, India's heatwave challenge is now becoming both a public health and a disaster management concern.
Viewers, and now, Twisha Sharma's final rites were performed in Bhopal today after a second post-mortem was conducted by a 4-member AIIMS Delhi forensic team after Twisha's family raised serious questions over the initial autopsy and the investigation. Now, at the same time, the spotlight has now shifted to her accused husband, Samarth Singh, and also her mother-in-law, the ex-judge Giribala Singh, with investigators revisiting the alleged crime scene and now the Supreme Court taking suo motu, set to hear the matter linked to Giribala's anticipatory bail on Monday, the 25th. Take a look at this.
Former model and actor Twisha Sharma was cremated in Bhopal on Sunday evening. Days after her mysterious death triggered nationwide outrage and demands for justice. Emotional scenes unfolded at Bharbhara Vishram Ghat, where Twisha's brother performed the last rites in the presence of grieving family members. Before the last rites, a second post-mortem examination was conducted by a 4-member AIIMS Delhi forensic team in Bhopal following directions from Madhya Pradesh High Court. The fresh forensic examination is now expected to play a crucial role in the investigation going forward. As the family performed Twisha's last rites, the AIIMS forensic team also reached accused husband Samarth Singh's duplex residence in Katara Hills to inspect the alleged crime scene terrace.
मैडम ये कौन सी टीम? मैम समर्थ को लेकर आए साथ में। SID टीम है। टीम कौन सी आई है मैम? डॉक्टर्स की टीम से दिल्ली एम्स के डॉक्टर्स की टीम। क्या एम्स मेडिकल की आपको बता दें कि ये टीम जो है वो यहाँ पर पहुँची है और तस्वीरें जो है वो हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं। एम्स मेडिकल की टीम जो है वो यहाँ पर जो है वो पहुँची है, जो तस्वीरों में आप देख भी सकते हैं। तस्वीरें हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं और ये देखिए इनिशियल इन्फॉर्मेशन यहाँ पर आप लोग क्या करने पहुँचे हैं? पोस्टमार्टम 2 में क्या इन्फॉर्मेशन मिल रही है? क्या निकला है पोस्टमार्टम सेकंड रिपोर्ट? आप अंदर मत जाइए सर, पोस्टमार्टम सेकंड रिपोर्ट।
Investigators will also be reconstructing the sequence of events from scratch amid allegations of dowry harassment and abetment to suicide. Twisha was found dead at her matrimonial home on May 12th with her family accusing husband Samarth Singh and former judge Giribala Singh of mental harassment and dowry-related torture. Samarth Singh was arrested from Jabalpur after remaining absconding and has now been sent to the police custody till May 29th for further interrogation. The spotlight is now firmly on former Judge Giribala as legal scrutiny around her anticipatory bail intensifies, while Supreme Court has also taken suo motu cognizance of the alleged dowry death case. With investigators examining circumstantial evidence, digital records and forensic findings, Monday's hearing could become a major turning point in the Twisha Sharma death case.
A powerful signal of shifting global order today as Indian External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar and US's Secretary of State Marco Rubio held high-stakes delegation-level talks. The meeting underscores a strategic alignment where national interests increasingly converge on everything from trade to investment to volatile global conflict zones. Now, against the backdrop of escalating tensions in West Asia and the prolonged war in Ukraine, both nations are making it clear that the India-US partnership is only being strengthened. Now, Secretary Rubio also addressed the question over American immigration overhauls, asserting that sweeping US policy changes were aimed at managing a domestic migrant crisis rather than restricting Indian talent. Now, as New Delhi navigates a complex diplomatic tightrope, maintaining deep ties with both Washington and Tehran, the message from this joint nation meet is decisive and resilient against geopolitical shocks. More that follows in this report. Take a look.
A pivotal moment in global diplomacy as India and the United States recalibrated their massive strategic partnership in an era defined by deep geopolitical fragmentation. EAM Jaishankar and US Secretary of State Marco Rubio held delegation-level talks underlining cross-border cooperation driven by national interests.
Our government's fundamental responsibility is to address the needs of 1.4 billion people. Obviously, ensuring the accessibility and affordability of energy for them is our prime objective. Secretary and I therefore welcome the expansion in our energy trade in recent months. Diversified supplies are at the heart of energy security for India.
Marco Rubio explicitly defined India as a strategic ally of critical importance, whose fundamental national interests align with those of the United States.
But four countries that have the ability to varying degrees to influence global events on these topics of mutual interest. So there's a lot of details and things we can talk about. I didn't mention energy, but we also are strategically aligned on energy. You know, energy is, and the ability to generate power is the key behind all of the great industries out there. Whether it's data centers, whether it's artificial intelligence, whether it's the ability to modernize and continue to advance economically, all of it begins and ends with the ability to generate the power necessary, not just to raise standards of living, but beyond that, to expand into new industries. And both of our countries are strategically aligned in ensuring that we have a world that can not just produce but deliver the energy resources that are necessary to power a modern economy. So I'm not given the breadth and scope of areas of alignment. One visit alone will never solve or be able to address all of these. But this continuing dialogue and engagement between our countries is important because, as I said, I think it's not just evidence of the importance of our strategic alliance.
EAM Jaishankar also noted the deep India-US partnership and its influence in the Indo-Pacific and South Asian regions. The high-level meeting sets a steady bilateral foundation ahead of the upcoming Quad Foreign Ministers meeting in New Delhi. Addressing visa reforms, Rubio clarified that US migration policy adjustments are a global response to an illegal migratory crisis and are not targeted at India. Rubio acknowledged that $20 billion investment of Indian companies in the US, reassuring that America remains welcoming of Indian professionals and businesses. In response to recent online racism against Indian Americans, Rubio condemned the hate speech and reaffirmed that the US is a fundamentally inclusive nation.
I believe, maybe more news coming out a little bit later today on this topic, and I'll leave it to the President to make further announcements on it. Suffice it to say that some progress has been made, significant progress, although not final progress has been made. Ultimately, I remind everybody, I think this ties into the second question that was asked with relations to it. What is the goal here? The goal here the ultimate goal is that Iran can never have a nuclear weapon. Iran can never possess a nuclear weapon. The President has been clear about that. They will never possess a nuclear weapon, certainly not as long as Donald Trump is President of the United States.
Jaishankar firmly rejected a zero-sum view of the Middle East, maintaining India's vital energy and diaspora interests while maintaining delicate, independent relationships with Israel, Gulf nations and Iran. Turning to regional security, Rubio delivered a sharp diplomatic recalibration on Islamabad, saying that they will never come at the expense of America's strategic bond with India.
When we came out with the Pax Silica, proposal from the State Department, one of the first countries that joined was India. When we had our Ministerial on critical minerals, the Foreign Minister was there, one of our key partners in that regard. It goes and speaks back to the strategic value of our partnership. This is an area of strategic concern for both sides, and we are partnering with it on it. And it is an example of what we wanted to continue to build on. So, you know, in just the last few months, as I said, there's $20 billion of Indian investment in the U.S. economy, and that number continues to grow. So I think the relationship continues to be strong, and in fact, I believe by the end of this administration, it will be stronger than it's ever been. That's certainly our goal, and that's certainly what we're building towards. As far as our relations with other countries, yeah, we have relations, and we work at the tactical level, for example, and in many other ways with countries all over the world. So does India. That's what responsible nation states do. But I don't view our relation with any country in the world as coming at the expense of our strategic alliance with India, for the reasons I've outlined here already earlier today.
Rubio's visit comes at a time where the US deal with Iran hangs in a balance and global energy security is put in focus, even as India maintains a strong diplomatic stance as a global friend.
And that's all that we could wrap for you in this edition of the News Bulletin. Don't go anywhere. News and updates continue on the other side. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डवेयर मसाला
Amity University has one of India's largest merit scholarship programs for brilliant students. Over 9,000 students with 90% plus in their 12th boards are currently at Amity, benefiting from the culture of academic excellence and focus on research and innovation. To be with like-minded students who want to be successful, apply at amity.edu/scholarships.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है अरे मेरे राजा
राजा और मसाला
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He's accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
BJP's Dibanshu Panda wins Falta Assembly repoll by a margin of over 1 lakh votes. After second autopsy, Twisha Sharma's last rites take place in Babada Vishram Ghat in Bhopal. Supreme Court takes up Twisha Sharma's death case. A three-bench led by CJI Suryakant to hear the case on Monday. US Secretary of State Marco Rubio holds bilateral talks with External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar. Rubio hails India as one of the most important strategic partners. US State Secretary Marco Rubio says ties with Pakistan will not come at the expense of India.
Please welcome our Honorable Union Minister, Dr. Jitendra Singh.
Good afternoon, Mr. Minister, and thank you very much for coming. I know that you have taken the trouble of flying down from Mumbai.
No, it's always a great pleasure being with you, Arnab.
So it's a pleasure to meet you as well. And there couldn't have been a better occasion than this, because you are the man who the Prime Minister trusts. And there are many ministers, lots of ministers, but you're the minister in the Prime Minister's office. And you have the unique privilege of working directly with the Prime Minister. And you work with Prime Minister Modi on science and technology and space and all these next big leap ideas directly with the Prime Minister. And therefore that puts you in a pole position today. For us, everybody who is gathering in this event and everybody who's going to be watching this, they want a sense of the government's thinking in areas such as science and technology, which you look at, in areas such as space, which you look at, in areas such as digital governance, which you look at, and most importantly, with the project Shanti being announced, in areas such as nuclear science and atomic energy, which you look at. So this is a very, very important session. And anyone who wants to understand what the government of India, what the Modi government is doing in these areas, and what is happening between the announcements of the government and the outcome that is going to be achieved, will be watching this conversation very keenly. So we are very, very, very happy that someone like you has come to our event, and this is going to be broadcast all over the world. So this session matters a lot. So let's give a round of applause first to the Minister, Mr. Jitendra Singh, who's a Union Minister, as I said, whose department spans science, space, atomic energy, digital governance. He's going to be talking to us about the decade ahead and the gap that we have to close between the announcement and the outcome. So to start with, sir, what is happening? What is the top priority in the Modi government right now? What is the top priority in the Prime Minister's mind, since you work so closely with him, sir?
Yeah, thank you, Arnab. At the outset, thanks for your very kind words and very generous introduction. Now, I think to begin with, because you have virtually covered the entire gamut of the different initiatives undertaken by the government over the last 10-12 years. And since 9th of June, we are going to complete the 2 years of this government as well, the third term. I think I'll begin by first trying to understand myself and also sharing with others what is the difference between now and what it was in the past.
Yes.
And how do we look at the future? Because as Churchill said, the longer you look back, the farther you look forward. So I think the biggest difference, to simplify it, that as far as science technology is concerned, we are not lagging behind any other nation. Yes. It's not like about a decade or so back, or about 2 decades back, when a success story happened elsewhere and then we emulated it. Like, for example, IT happened in India about a decade and a half later than the other countries.
Yes.
Television happened here after a decade.
Yes.
I think the most distinct example is that of the 1960 presidential election of the United States, where Kennedy turned the tables on Nixon. Correct. And the entire
thing was televised.
It was all televised, and television did the magic and the trick. But over here, we got to see the first Chitrahar somewhere in the 1970s. But it's no longer so. When we are talking of science technology, we are one of the few nations who have a dedicated national quantum mission. Just about 3 or 4 or 5. You very rightly mentioned the Shanti Act. I think we are among the very few nations, about 3 or 4, who have had the courage and conviction to open up the nuclear sector to the private players. This is something which was not expected, not imagined, not demanded. There was no pressure to do so. And I have no hesitation saying that it is possible because the political dispensation headed by Prime Minister Modi, who has the capacity to take out-of-box decisions, who has the capacity to break the taboos of the past, which he did even 5 years back when we opened up the space sector as well. So on the one hand, we have now adopted an approach which is very competitive. We have, and we size for ourselves, a global role. Look here, we are not going to wait for others to experiment and then learn from them. Like, for example, space, we started off much later compared to USA or the then USSR. But we are the first to have landed on the south pole of the Chandra moon. We are among the first to have launched a solar mission called Aditya. And therefore, and now we are dropping cues for others. Our International Service Space Station, where one of our astronauts, Shubhanshu, was accompanying, did experiments in biotechnology for which the kits were provided by India.
Yes.
But the benefits are going to be for the rest of the mankind as well, which Prime Minister mentions as Vishwabandhu. So we are now also looking at ourselves as global players, competitive, not only competitive, but also dropping cues for others or taking lead in certain ways. So that is one thing. The other is we are also now looking at ourselves to be future ready, as you said, for the next decade or the second half of the 21st century. And to that extent, we have this realization, broadly speaking, in 2 areas. A, that when we talk of 2047, when India celebrates the 100th year of its independence, of her independence, we would be able to reach that pedestal only if we are able to explore some of those resources which have hitherto remained underexplored or unexplored, which includes space, which includes oceans. We have about 11,000 to 12,000 long kilometer coastal area. We have about 12 states located along the coast. One of the longest coastal areas in the world. We are the only country which has an ocean named after her, the Indian Ocean. But still, we never looked at it. It's only now that we have started this deep ocean mission, etc. And the Prime Minister has given it such a high priority that he spoke about it from the ramparts of Red Fort, not once but twice, in 2 consecutive Independence Days, in 2023 and 2024. So when we are able to explore that huge wealth of fisheries, diversities, minerals, mines, we would be able to we do that value addition for rising to pedestal number 1. Same with the space. We were working behind a veil of secrecy, both space as well as... first time we opened up, in fact, even the media was not allowed into the launching station.
Yes.
But the first time when they opened up, we had about 1,500 media persons and about 10,000 spectators. So we are now following global strategies, because if we have to reach there, we have to follow global benchmarks, we have to follow global strategy, and we have to follow global parameters. We cannot remain complacent or cannot be contented just by doing what we thought we would be doing good enough for ourselves. So we have now changed the mindset. That is a very big change. Even in space, if you take the figures, the statistics, because we live in an evidence-based age, before the space sector opened up, about 5 or 6 years back, our space economy was almost dismal. The number of space startups was in single digit. Just 5 years down the line, we have more than 400 space startups. One of them just turned unicorn 2 days back. They are of global potential. And our space economy has gone up to almost $9 billion as of today. And the pace is so fast, the graph is going up so fast that in next 8 to 10 years, we hope to go up to $40 billion or 45 billion, that means 5-6 times higher. So I think this change of mindset, change of approach has been possible because we had no dearth of talent in this country. We had no dearth of human resource in this country. Just if you go to the archives, you will see the pictures of Vikram Sarabhai carrying some of his saman on the bicycle. I mean, that was the kind of commitment, that was the kind of passion. But what was lacking was the kind of patronage, the kind of enabling milieu which is provided by the policymakers of the country, by the political dispensation. And that gap was made up after Prime Minister Modi came in. And I think now our thinking is global, our competitiveness is global. Even if you take, for example, the nuclear energy, we have, this I think has been a very courageous step, the Shanti Act that you mentioned that we are now, and there's so much of enthusiasm. Just about 3 months have passed since we came out with the Shanti Act. The rules are going to be rolled out in just another couple of weeks or months. But there's so much of interest. Only the other day we had a US delegation of industry representatives visiting New Delhi. Then they came to the city of Mumbai as well. So I think the world has now started looking up to us as potential partners. That too is a change. The way the world looks up to us. They look up to us as a profitable business partner, also as a mutually beneficial technology collaborator. It's no longer a second fiddle now. So that's I think the whole change.
So how deep does Prime Minister Modi get into issues regarding space, science? You mentioned deep sea exploration. You mentioned nuclear energy, AI. On a working model, because we don't get to know how the Prime Minister's office works, we would want to know how deep does the Prime Minister get into these issues? In how much detail does he follow?
No,
or does he give the broad perspective and leave you to do it or to finish the job?
No, I think one distinct feature of Prime Minister
Sir,
Modi...
can you hold the mic closer?
I think one distinct feature of Prime Minister Modi is that he's very well informed. Even when you go to make a presentation before him, invariably he would have already studied the subject. And more often than not, he will come back with 1 or 2 cues being dropped by him for a presentation to be made again. So there have been occasions when a series of presentations had to be made before him. And he each time would give suggestions. Like, for example, I didn't mention that in my opening remarks. The other area that we have opened up now is the biotechnology. Because we believe, the world now has started believing that the next industrial revolution is going to be biotechnology driven, as the last one was IT driven. It's going to be genomes, it's going to be recycling, it's going to be all synthetic things. Already, one of the startups of Bengaluru has already started, he started as a startup, now they become big entrepreneurs, this animal-free milk, etc. So we are among the few nations who have come out with a dedicated biotechnology policy called BioE3, which means biotechnology for economy, biotechnology for environment, biotechnology for employment. And that too, a series of presentations had to be made before the Honorable Prime Minister. He did the fine-tuning, and he could also convince other colleagues in the council about the importance of this, because this is something which commonly is not very easily realized, why we should rush through this, because this is going to happen tomorrow, but it's going to happen. So we are not going to lag behind when it happens. So luckily we have a Prime Minister who is not only himself he's not only technology savvy, he is also ahead of others, because in this age and time, what is important for each one of us, and I think that applies to each one of us, is to be a good learner. Because what I try to learn today, for tomorrow, by the time tomorrow happens, I realize this was yesterday's learning. So fast is the pace of the developments happening. So to that extent is always, that's why I say it is one of the best times happening for India in the last 80 years as far as science technology is concerned. We have political patronage in abundance, and we have opened up in a big way to the private sector, because the age of silos is over, and we have this realization, very conscious realization, that if we have to move on from where we are, we have to move on in integrated fashion. Look at what was happening in India, and as I said in the beginning, the change of mindset. We sometimes indulge in casual gupshup. So when you go for a morning walk, you say, "Saab, Chandrayaan chala gaya." "Arey saab, kya hua? America to itne saal pehle chala gaya tha." But nobody realizes the strategy that they followed. NASA never depended on government. Government was just a facilitator. Now we have started gradually moving on that. And I think very recently, the Prime Minister himself announced that in the month of November, the RDI fund, 1 lakh crore. This is one of the unique initiatives, Arnab, which
the innovation fund.
Yeah, Arnab, I think very few governments do that.
But is it enough?
No, it's not that, of course, that we can take a call again. But what is important is this is one of the rare occasions where government is coming forward to fund the private sector.
Right.
The idea is, because I believe, like others also may be, that even the private sector has been taken by surprise. India's businessman was more into manufacturing, other sectors, never thought suddenly he'll be asked to take part in the manufacturing of nuclear reactors or manufacturing of rockets.
Suddenly opened up.
So in order to accelerate the private sector so that he also climbs up and then becomes a healthy mutual partner with the government, this fund was conceived. And it's a very easy fund. You know, we just expect the private partner to raise 50% of the total fund, which could be raised from different sources, not necessarily from your pocket. It could be from philanthropy, it could be from NGOs, it could be from foundations. And then we fund the rest of the 50% on a very minimal interest, say about 2 or 3% over a long period of time, and a non-secure loan.
But we're not doing very well on R&D. Would you agree? Our R&D spending has remained. The problem with India is innovation now. And China, America, they're moving very fast.
No,
we have an innovation gap. And our R&D spending remains below 1% of GDP for decades. China, South Korea, Taiwan, US, you know. So I really appreciate that you have got an innovation gap. But all our audiences looking upon this as a science and technology innovation forum want to know, are you happy with that 1% gap? Does the private sector needs to step up? Does the government need to put more aside? Because, you know, sorry to make this a long question, but you can build a lot of startups. But are we in a position to build a Tesla? Are we in a position to compete with global players even in space? The number of startups has gone up in space, for example. It has gone, there are many startups, about 400 I've told last count. But how many of them 5 years from now will be able to compete with the SpaceX or China commercially? And how do we build that domestic ecosystem now so that, you know, in the next 5 or 6 years, we are sovereign on these issues?
No, I agree with you. Sovereignty is something that we look forward to and we seek to have. But I think overall, summing up all that you pointed out, we need to have a wholesome ecosystem. And fortunately, that realization has also dawned only in the last 1 decade. Earlier on, everything was confined to the government, and as you rightly mentioned, the budget was very meager. If you compare the figures, our GERD, the gross expenditure in R&D, in 2014, when this government came, was just about 60,000 crore. Now it's gone up more than double. It's about 120, 130 crore. So government spending has gone up. In each of these science departments, the budget has gone up by more than 100%. But right, as I mentioned, no government anywhere in the country, anywhere in the world can do the total funding to achieve the optimum results. So that realization has also now been accepted and that's been acted upon. That's why the private sector has been given huge kind of a leverage in space, in nuclear energy, and they are also now coming forward. So that's the reason our pace of progress has increased, and I'm sure the scenario will change sooner than later. And as far as the startups are concerned, again, it's amazing. In 2014, there were hardly 350 or 370 startups. Today, as on today, we are more than 220,000. We are ranked 3 in the world, globally ranked 3. And these over 2 lakh startups have generated about 23 or 24 lakh jobs. So this, as I said, mindset earlier on, the youth was a prisoner of a Sarkari Naukri mindset. Now they also have started looking up to avenues outside the government sector, which are now becoming available more and more in abundance and in various different categories, different classes. So job generation through startups, entrepreneurship through startups. This RDI fund is also serving to an extent that purpose. It's meant for TR4 level. That means not necessarily a beginner in startup, because we have different provisions for that. Like, for example, in deep tech startups, only last month we did away with a provision which was there in CSIR, which funds these deep tech startups. There, you had to prove your existence for at least 3 years.
Yes.
And there was a reason behind that, because if the government funds you, or whichever funding agency gives you money and then you disappear, you're not able to preserve yourself or survive for 3 years, then where does the money go? But I said, no, we will take that risk. We did away with that. As you rightly mentioned, science, innovation requires money. It also requires the courage to take risk. Usually governments are not used to that, particularly governments which have been functional in India. So for the first time, we have a government which is now ready to follow the strategies which are being, or the best practices elsewhere as well. And we are now also coming up with best practices on our own. So our startups, some of them are of global relevance. So I think now we are in the same league, and that's the reason why other countries are now showing interest in India. An Indian youth, simply by saying that you come from India, when you travel abroad, your market rating goes up. Your employment rating goes up, which was not so about 2 decades back. So I think that's so much so that I was amazed. Most of the food startups in countries like Germany and UK, even from Pakistan, are projecting themselves as Indians, because that increases their prospects of profitability. So I think India has now come of age. It's come in a big way.
Why do you keep saying in your speeches that science must move from laboratories to markets, from ideas to impact? But then I will counter you by saying that our R&D spend is 0.7 of the GDP for 20 years. Private sector contributes only 1/3 of that. So do we need a policy change that moves those numbers in the next, say, 5 years?
I agree with you. Rather, I am very unorthodox in that. I will go one step further to say that I have been advocating the engagement of industry right from day one, even when I conceive a project. Earlier, the thinking was, the mindset was, you carry forward a project. When you reach a certain stage, you want to go over to the market, you want to translate it, then you start looking for partners. But I would personally say, and I am glad there are now many takers of this view, we need to have early industry engagement. That's why in every meeting of ours, we also make sure that we have industry partners. We have been holding industry outreach programs all across the country, including the city of Mumbai. We had about 2 months back, then Chandigarh, Delhi, etc., Bangalore. And so that, and also go to the extent of giving the industry the freedom to decide the theme of the project, what is saleable, what is needed, what has the potential to, because it's easy to start a startup. It's not that easy to sustain a startup. It's not that easy to raise that startup to the level of an entrepreneur. For that, you need to have money. You need to have good market standing. And for that, you need to have industry right from the beginning. And that's why I said we are quite open to it. And all this rapid progress which has happened in the last few years has happened because of that integrated approach. So I agree with you. On the one hand, of course, the GERD has been sought to be raised by this government. On the other hand, funding for the private sector has also been encouraged. And they are coming forward. It's not that the private sector is not. The only thing that they didn't know that we will have somebody like Prime Minister Modi who will suddenly open up the nuclear sector, suddenly open up the space sector. And now they are gearing up for that.
Now explain this.
And now just see, for FDI we made so much relaxations.
Yeah.
Even for nuclear reactors, the duty there's a duty exemption on the import of components for nuclear reactors for next 4 or 5 years, I think up to 2033, announced in this budget.
How do you take such a decision? Don't you worry that you might, after all, some people will say that, you should have a homegrown model. Why do you want to open up to private players? How do you trust the private players with nuclear energy? How much FDI will be opened up?
No,
how will you keep the guardrails? How will you manage the sector? If there is a war tomorrow, if there's a conflict tomorrow, will these same organizations stand with national interest?
No, we are not selling out our R&D. We are very much indigenous. You will be glad to know that even in defense, now that you took over the defense, even in defense, in 2025, our defense production was more than 1.5 lakh crore.
Yes.
Which is about 174% higher than what it was in 2014. We are so much indigenous. And not only that we were importing till about 10 years back, we are now exporting. Our export in the year that is just concluded has been about 23,000 crore, more than that. And in that 23,000 crore also, as much as 14 to 15,000 crore has been the contribution of the private sector. So the private sector of India, the public sector of India. And we are now exporting our defense products and defense equipment even to several European countries like France, Canada. Indonesia has had a deal with us to purchase the BrahMos missiles.
Yeah.
So I think we have also established the credibility of our quality, the qualitative credibility of products.
Yeah.
And we are indigenous while getting investments from the private sector.
Yeah, but don't open the news media. Don't open the news media to these foreign players. You know, you can't trust them. You can trust Republic. You can trust Republic, right?
But I'm safe having trusted Arnab. All of you agree?
Now, I want some breaking news. Like, you know, you opened up the space.
I've known Arnab for almost 20 years
I
now.
know.
I've been visiting even from that small office that you had, I think, in Mumbai.
No, it's been a pleasure. No, but my breaking news, I want the space sector was opened up to private players and a wave of startups followed. So can you give us a little hint of which is the next portfolio that is in line for that kind of treatment? Please don't look at me like that. I'm only asking a simple question. I'm a simple reporter, you see. I'm asking the minister a question that, Mr. Minister, you know everything. I just want to know a little bit of what you know.
No, but I just...
Which sector would you like to open up? Or broadly you can say that, hasn't it been exciting? You opened up space sector and I feel so happy. People come and meet me. You know, the potential of this country is unlimited.
No, but Arnab,
I see young people making
in
the
your
most,
opening remarks...
I met a couple of young people recently. I said, what do you do? They said, we make rockets.
Yes.
I said, you make rockets? Like what kind of rockets?
This, the one who turned this unicorn, they have a beautiful factory just close to the Hyderabad
It's truly
airport.
incredible when you meet college graduates making rockets, and actually there are people who worked with ISRO who are working with them. So, you know, you got to unleash potential. Which sector are you looking to unleash that potential in?
But yes, but picking up from your opening remarks, one thing that we missed out, you also mentioned governance.
Yeah.
I think for the first time under Prime Minister Modi, technology has been made the hallmark of bringing in ease of governance and thereby ease of living for the common citizen. I think 80 to 90% of work is online. That's the reason during COVID also, there was not a single day of work interruption as far as the government of India is concerned. The direct benefit transfer and all these stories are making a global buzz now. And even in the Ministry of Personnel, we have brought in so many reforms. Our grievance cell was virtually lying redundant in 2014. There were only 2 lakh complaints being registered in the entire year because there was no response.
Do people read the complaints?
Nobody was reading at that time. Now we have about 25 to 30 lakh because we have been prompt, we have been responsive. Our response time is about 95 to 98% every week. When we started out this transformation, I used to myself randomly call the complainants. So to begin with, they would not believe. Then they would go to website to check my photograph, to check me. Gradually, we have improved upon that. We have actually worked hard, and that is all technology-driven, AI-driven. And then, because we also have been in the learning process. Like, for example, about a year and a half back, I told the secretary, I said, our disposal rate is almost 100%, but people are not happy. Because there's something called happiness index being discussed in Europe today. Because the complainant thinks, look here, if I say why I'm not in Arnab's seat, the response comes, you don't deserve to be. You are not qualified now, but I'm not satisfied because my aspiration is different. So we introduce a human cell to AI. So after the disposal of each complaint, one human being talks to the complainer. So we have also been learning and trying to graduate to the next levels. So similarly, our digital life certificate, earlier on, the elders, to draw their pensions and other benefits, had to produce a certificate of being alive from the doctor, which we thought was very inhuman. So we immediately switched over to biometry, and then people started living long because India's average lifespan is going up and up each day. and the fingerprints also are not very reliable after the certain age. Then we moved over to face recognition technology. I think we are among the first in the government sector to have introduced face recognition technology for elder citizens. Just look into the app of the mobile. And in 30-40 seconds, the certificate is generated. Even the grandchildren are taking, pleasure in they're enjoying getting this process done for the grandparents.
So, but what about my breaking news question? It didn't answer. One small question I had. Anyway, I will not push you on it. So, how wonderfully experienced you are.
All the friends here are laughing. I think that is the answer.
He's the minister in the PMO. He knows exactly how to dodge the question if required. But I must tell you this, sir. The young people in this country want to contribute to this country. Wherever I go now, I tell you a change, and we must credit Prime Minister Modi for it. I think Prime Minister deserves some support. He's the Prime Minister's minister. We must credit the Prime Minister's vision. When I go out today, I travel abroad, the gleam and glitter I see in the eyes of the young Indian who says, what can I do? What more can I do? I don't see that in the United Kingdom. I haven't traveled that much to the US or in Europe. So I think
just to add to what you said, just in the month of November or December, I also had a round table with the Indian diaspora.
Yes.
We invited them to Delhi.
Yes.
In a huge number.
Yes, I remember.
And most of them want to come back.
Come back to India.
But the point is now they are held back for other reasons, because once you've settled there for about 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, you raised a family, you raised children who would not be willing to come back.
No.
So
but
that's why my advice to the youngsters is that if you are planning to go out for a while for capacity building, make a time plan right in the beginning. Don't go with this mindset कि वहाँ जाके सोचेंगे कि सोचे में एक साल निकलता है. When you settle down there, then you might like to come, but your children will hold you back. So that we have seen in a number of instances. But now India is a happening destination.
No, it's not just Indian diaspora. So I met a lot of young people. They were once getting on a flight, 100 of them. They were traveling, the government got them, and these were people of Indian origin from different countries, from Africa, from Cuba, from Southeast Asia, and they were amazed at what they saw in India, and they said, we want to come back, though our generations ahead, our families have left India.
And now you have certain advantages of working in India, because we have a large pool to do research on. Now I was talking in genomes. We have more than 4,000 racial distinct races living in India.
Yes.
It's not a small homogeneous country like a small European country. So for an enthusiastic, for a curious scientist, researcher, you can do the gene studies, the gene sequencing much more effectively, and you can provide your results to the rest of the world. Similarly, we have also now launched something called WebHub, which is a program to incentivize those of the scientists or researchers who want to come back to India. We arrange projects for them in some of the leading institutions, maybe an IIT, maybe Indian Institute of Science, like that. So the government also is going out of way.
Yeah, and given your own scientific background, you'll get my next question. I was just saying that young people want to work in emerging areas. Areas of frontier science. I have a couple of more questions for you. Now, we want to do simultaneous breakthroughs in space, deep sea exploration, advanced technology, AI over the next decade. You are planning Gaganyaan, and we hope you're the man, he's the man looking after Gaganyaan, so let's give him a round of applause for that. We're going to put our manned space mission. How confident are you on Gaganyaan, sir? How's the progress going?
Our progress is going quite well. We had certain delays also to an extent because of the imponderables. The COVID came in. That was the time when our potential astronauts were undergoing training at the Gregory Institute in Moscow. They had to be called back. Then the things went haywire. So this year we'll have all the test flights concluded, maybe next year. But talking of the deep tech, you'll be glad to know we launched our quantum mission about 3 years back.
Yes.
And the mission plan was for 8 years. And we have 4 verticals: quantum computing, quantum communication, quantum sensors, quantum material. And for each of these, we set certain targets for ourselves for 8 years. Now, the most important from the point of view of the media, from the point of view of defense, is the communication. So in communication, we envisage for ourselves 2,000 kilometer secure quantum communication target in 8 years. That means you will have that is the distance we would have covered. But I'm glad to share with you that in less than 4 years, that is just about 3 years, we've already completed half the target. That is 1,000 kilometer of quantum communication India is today capable of doing. Similarly, artificial, and this is all done by this government. And thanks to it, wouldn't have happened but for the intelligence of Prime Minister Modi. This quantum mission we started in 2023, and AI mission in 2024. Again, it has 4 verticals with AI compute, AI data set, AI innovations, AI future learning. And there too, we are, as you rightly mentioned, the more we grow in AI, we will have a lot of energy requirements, 24/7 energy supply, which would come from the nuclear energy. That's why we also simultaneously set up a nuclear energy mission.
Yeah.
And
but where are we on AI?
At the same time, as the data grows, we will be. It will be also generating jobs, mostly the engineering jobs in lakhs and lakhs. So that.
But are we doing as well on AI as we should, like with major? Our AI mission budget is far smaller than what major US companies spend. Is India trying to compete in the same race as the US and China? Or are we deliberately trying to build a different AI model focused on democratic access, vernacular languages, public digital infrastructure?
Yes.
What's the vision? Is our strategy long-term different from that of US and China? And will it work?
You're right in certain ways. We have different challenges which are also our advantage.
Yeah.
Like, for example, when you prepare a long language module, LLM, it's not a homogeneous country where the entire nation speaks only one language, maybe English, or the entire nation speaks only French, and you need to have a model of only 2 languages. We have 22 languages in 8 schedule. But when we are working on the ground, because I have been practicing telemedicine myself in my constituency, because originally I happen to be a medical professional, we have developed a language module on our own, my group, which is not based entirely on the 8 schedule. Because, for example, in Uttar Pradesh, official language will be Hindi, but in certain parts you speak Bhojpuri, certain parts you speak Khadi. So when you are talking to a patient, you can't ask him to speak in the official Hindi. You will have to speak. So that is a challenge, but at the same time, that widens our data.
True.
Even, for example, Jammu Kashmir, the official local languages are Dogri and Kashmiri.
Yes.
But if you go to Bhadrawa, the language is Bhadrawai. If you go to, so that way, we have a huge challenge, but at the same, so again, I think the private players are doing a fantastic job over there as well. Now, AI, and we are growing a wholesome ecosystem because AI will require data, AI will also require engineer experts, AI will also require clean sources of energy because we are now getting into clean source era, which is uninterrupted, and AI will also require data sovereignty, as you rightly mentioned. And so therefore, I think it's something which is going to be a part of a larger ecosystem. And I'm glad that we are trying to work simultaneously, keeping the Indian conditions in mind, keeping also the traditional Indian knowledge. Like, for example, National Research Foundation that we launched about 2 years back, which is known Anusandhan. I can say with all the confidence in my command, is a better version of the National Research Foundation that are there in some of the other countries, like the USA or the Germany, because we have incorporated the Indian components. Like, for example, we have also incorporated the Indian traditional knowledge.
Yes.
And then in our governing body, we don't have representatives essentially only from the scientific world. We have representatives from social sciences, from humanities, in order to give them the cultural angle as well. So I think in many ways, we are now qualitatively also trying to raise our standards comparatively better compared to many others. And that's why that would also enable us to perform the role of Vishwa Bandhu Bharat, because we can be dropping cues for others as well.
How are government officials changing in today's time? You know, this is a day and age of domain expertise. Our bureaucracy we understand how you are working. We understand the Prime Minister's vision. You have announced semiconductor mission, quantum mission, AI mission in quick succession. There are a lot of founders in the room. There are entrepreneurs. They want to know, yes, you've got your vision.
I'm glad.
What about the whole system?
Very nice.
You see, our system is, but you can say very nice, but you didn't give me my breaking news.
I'm glad.
You get my point.
No, but I get your point, and I appreciate the question.
Thank you, sir.
That's very true, because bureaucracy also is, by training or by conditioning, used to function in a status quo mode. But I'm glad Prime Minister Modi has tried to shake that. When we are talking of technology and governance, I'm glad to share we have, it was the idea of Prime Minister Modi, we come out with something called Mission Karma Yogi. Now, Mission Karma Yogi in a single sentence means shifting the role of a bureaucrat or a civil servant from rule to role.
Okay.
Instead of allowing him to become a prisoner of a rule book, so he keeps on scanning through the pages and keeps putting notes on the file, keeping it moving to and fro and not getting through. So instead of, he should live up to the role. And for that, we have created an iGot platform, which also enables a bureaucrat or a civil servant to train himself for the new assignment that he's taking up. Like, for example, what happens is today, an IAS officer is an agriculture secretary.
Correct.
Next morning, he becomes a health secretary.
Yes. And then
now he has to run the writ of governance on the doctors. So he should not feel tempted to write a prescription better than a doctor, but he should have the confidence to govern over them. So we train them. So this is an online platform called iGot. We have already got crores of users registered on that. They can train themselves. And now in these Rozgar Melas, one of the Rozgar Melas is happening tomorrow itself. We have also made it a practice that along with the appointment letter, we also give an option of Mission Karma Yogi Prarambh. Like, for example, if somebody is going to take up a railway job, what will be the kind of capacities expected of him or her and how he or she would train.
So KRAs are there.
You are right, I agree with you. Prime Minister Modi has also tried to shake the civil services out of that stereotype model into a more dynamic model.
So
our curriculum, our culture, even in the academy in Mussoorie, has undergone a huge change. Earlier on, the faculty was mostly from humanities. Now we have faculty for the youngsters.
But you should take people from all sectors. May I make a small suggestion?
Even
the best minds, we need to have a reverse brain drain in this country. The government needs to bring the best of minds and energy and effort back to working with the government.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. Even in faculty.
What about if I ask today in the room, a lot of people running companies, who do you want to work for? Who do you want to support? They'll say, I want to support my